Okay.
Attention, please.
Yo. 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 Yo.
What's going on, everyone? It is David Palmer, Leo King, and Dr. Ann Wohlcke here for History in the Stars as we go into the astrological cycles in papacy history, especially looking at the popes, especially since we just saw a pope pass away, Pope Francis. How are you doing today, Ann? Good to be with you in the studio.
I'm doing great. How about you? Happy belated Easter to you.
Yeah, happy Easter to you, too. Belated.
Yeah.
Maybe it was my Substack that... It was very weird. My Substack happened the day before he passed. But
Yeah.
Or I did tell Joni Petrie the week prior on our interview about, yeah, the astrology is going to see the Pope passing this year. But I've been saying that one for quite a while. But it was an interesting kind of like reaffirmation of it, and then it happened.
Right.
But there is cycles to this. You're the one who actually
Yeah.
really brought up the ones that we're going to go through today, which I really was fascinated by because they're really exact.
Yeah.
So.
After the Pope died, I thought, I wonder about the astrology of the era that we look at so much, and that's the Reformation era in the 1530s and 40s. And I looked, and of course, Pope Clement VII died with almost the same astrology.
Right.
With a lot of the same astrology, not exactly the same, but some of the big things were similar. And so I thought it would be really interesting to look at, that perspective, but also to think about the Pope who was then put in, because Pope Paul III was the next Pope. He was elected very quickly. And I was just looking, it was only 18 days between the death of Clement VII and the election of Paul III. And he's really interesting because he was thought to be a very safe candidate who would be moderate. And this was in the midst of the Reformation.
Right.
So there'd been an attack on the Roman Catholic Church by the Protestants. And by 1534, that attack was only continuing to grow. And a lot of people within the church were thinking, we've got to have a response about Protestantism. And there had been the sack of Rome right before this time as well. Things weren't going necessarily well for the Pope. But there were also people who were really radical and trying to get Catholics to become even more Catholic, but others
Right.
who wanted them to sort of speak more to the Protestants. And so they picked this guy they thought was old and safe. And he turned out to really initiate some really influential things. And I don't know.
Would you say those influential things in history, being the historian that you are good or bad?
Well, I'm a good historian, so I'm not going to label these people in the
Yeah.
past as good or bad. But I mean, that's just me. I think a lot of historians
how about
would,
its
right?
influence on society in Europe and the Western part of the world at that time?
Yeah. I think that he was an interesting pope because he was really well connected to the old influential Italian families. And he was the child of or was it his sister? He got appointed, first of all, because his sister was the mistress of a previous pope. And yeah, he wasn't exactly the most upstanding and secular and spiritual guy himself. But he was a good bridge between that old Rome and the new Rome of the world. So he is the one who started something called the Council of Trent, which was this way of trying to deal with all of the Protestant criticisms, but then establish what is Catholicism and then what will it be in the modern world, because this is the time of the world's expanding.
Yeah.
People, for the first time, are seeing the completely new areas of the world opening up. And in that context, thinking about how to spread Catholicism was also important as well.
Yeah, and there was that big failure in 1523, which, ironically enough, Pope Clement the 12th, I think it was, right?
Seventh.
Or it is seventh?
The seventh. Mm-hmm.
Seventh. He comes in after that Pope puts, I forgot the exact canon law that he put out against the Netherlands and the printing presses about printing things that were not canon law, right? And it doesn't work because he passes away, and then this Pope comes in. So he kind of has this like, so that's the weird part, is the two Pope moment as he comes in is in the astrology of where we're at with Saturn, Neptune, Pisces. And then that Pope dies the same astrology as Pluto in Aquarius, Neptune, Aries, right? A North Node Saturn conjunction that we're in right now that Pope Francis has just passed away with.
So Pope Clement the Seventh died with the same...
With Saturn, Neptune, and Aries. In Pisces.
And then, so then also at this time, which had the same astrology, the new Pope is elected really quickly. So I wonder if that will happen again now.
Yeah, that's going to be something we'll have fun looking through the charts to kind of look at. I think it's really important, though, as we do this work today, is like what you have brought the attention of is really important about what were those policies that are very important to look at because they're connected to what Pope Francis had. One, Pope Francis was the first Jesuit Pope, but Pope Paul III, who came in at the same period that we're in right now, astrologically with a lot of transits, is the one who started the Jesuit part of the church. So that is, I think, the strongest tie that to me is really interesting. And it's also going to be interesting to be like, okay, so what was the Pope that did follow the Paul III? Like, and was that Jesuit order being used by that Pope as much? Because there's also another kind of third part to look at, which would be where we are with the planet Uranus as it's getting ready to come into Gemini. And we had done some of this work earlier, but we'll talk about it. But a new Pope came in 1939 before World War II. And so we do have that similar transit happening at the same time too, as far as a more like localized fourth turning of Uranus in quarter cycles, because Uranus is 84-year cycle, right? So it's kind of like interesting to see. Oh, and as the world's going through a lot of the similar financial crisis, the world trade, what's going on, wars are happening, a new Pope comes in and there's a lot of similarities there. So there's kind of I think that we have a lot of good history to really bridge together that have very clear signs, opposed to it kind of being more conjecture or even just kind of more hypothetical and possibilities. But it's still all those, but the data we have is a lot stronger, I would say, which kind of blows my mind, because it is weird that the popes have a very strong astrological cycle connected to him after seeing a lot of this, more so than like English monarchs or presidents. We can align with Jupiter-Saturn cycle a lot that make big influences. The Curse of Tippecanoe is one, but it's always something dramatically different with those, where this has some very unique subsets of its own, like the first pope to start the Jesuits, and then you go almost 500 years until you finally have a Jesuit pope. It's also during the time period where Italian popes become on like a 455-year journey, let's call it, of popes until Pope John Paul II comes along, which has been in most of our lifetimes. I know there's a lot of people now in the world that are younger, so that they weren't alive for that, and they were during. Another interesting moment to watch in life is to watch a pope resign, which we did with how Pope Francis got in, was because a pope resigned, Benedict, who was a German pope. So then that's the other thing, is Pope Francis, of course, was the first pope to be from Latin America to South America, right? So there's a lot of firsts with Francis, and there's a lot of firsts with Paul III, but both of them have both passed. So the big question, I think, today is going to be, is the next pope going to be doing something new and long-lasting, and takes a long time till another pope, maybe another 500 years, will do it again, or at least adhere to the policies in which that pope makes canon law. I know the last thing I'll bring up that I thought was interesting about Francis was, we covered it about a year ago about, and we'll have to maybe look up the official title of what it was, but it was about the superstitions and what spiritual phenomena is allowed by the church. Do you remember that last year? They redid that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right? In 2024, which I thought was a really weird thing with all the drone sightings or the UAP things. So there's something interesting about that too, and how people get counsel to know what is a true, in Catholic doctrine, I think.
Like a miracle,
but
also apparitions.
Mm-hmm.
It was trying to, I think it was trying to react to the fact that there are these Marian apparitions, for one thing, right? The one of Medjugorje, I think, that people venerate, and many people go there to see these supposed miracles. But the way that the policy had been set up before was that you had to have everything go to the local bishop, and then it went up to Rome, and all of these things had to happen before it was actually declared a miracle. And I think that the Pope or the church was trying to figure out a way to make everyone happy. So figure out a way to allow these kinds of things to happen, and to acknowledge, yes, there's something good happening. It was something about the first fruits, or, that the fruits of the Holy Spirit are working amongst the people. So we will sanction it as a good thing, even if we aren't saying that it's an actual miracle yet.
Yeah.
Or whatever the word was for it. If it was a miracle, I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, and we'll take the moment to kind of go back in history and see when was the last time that was shifted. I think it had been like 50 years since they had kind of touched it, but then go back to see when that was, because that is something that Francis, what I would say, would be more, well, it's still taking something that has been done before. I think maybe where Francis did something different with some of the progressive policies that he did, that were questionable by a lot of people. And there was even a couple interesting ones where he bleeded into the political, I would say world politics more than most popes do, especially like one just recent one was like Nancy Pelosi wasn't allowed to take communion because she had, of her views on abortion, but he still gave her communion when she came out to the Vatican. So like he's going against what some of the other, priests and bishops and cardinals all do in other countries by following the doctrine, and then him being the Pope, because if you're Pope, Jesus and Mary and all the saints have all chosen you through the conclave of cardinals. So,
Not the
right, you know, so.
otherworldly being that you have on the thumbnail is not the one who chose it.
I mean, that's where there's interesting possibilities for that. And I it's always very hard for me to find the image. I always have to go back to one of my old hard drives of an old painting inside the Vatican of a bunch of cardinals and the Pope, like looking at astrology inside the Vatican. Of course, this is like 900-year-old data, or like why a lot of the old cathedrals up until the 13th century, near the end of it, especially that was during the Knights Templar and during the Holy Wars, but had astrological symbols and astrological wheels, and whether it was in the floor of the, you know, actually etched in, or there's the actual zodiac signs, or in the stained glass windows. There's something about the end of the Holy Wars and the papacy deciding no more astrology. So it's kind of interesting to me that why then, and why then kind of act like you don't use it. It's also even more interesting they have their own telescope that's here in America, and it's called Lucifer. So it's very, the Catholic Church always kind of blows my mind every day.
Well, it blows your mind if you look back in history, especially at this period of time, because you just said something like, we don't think of the Pope as being political, right? Or
Right.
getting involved in politics. And during the time that we're looking at, when Pope Paul III was pontiff, I guess is what you would say, they were very politically involved, right? There were wars. There's, the sack of Rome, where Europe, the rest of Europe's, everybody's fighting over Rome. The Holy Roman Emperor, who is supposed to even be the one who's protecting the church, in theory, is fighting with the church as well. And there's been an uproar. So I feel like we've looked at this astrology a number of times because so much is connected with the era of the Reformation. And at the time that we're looking at, when there was a Protestant critique on the church, and when the church starts to lose its grip over Europe in general, over the politics of Europe especially, then like things just fall apart in a completely different way, and there's this new restructuring. And I think we saw that the Reformation's happening while Pluto's in Capricorn, right? And that's a lot of the structures are starting to fall apart.
Yeah.
But then right before Pope Paul III comes to the Vatican, Pope Clement VII had been dealing with Henry VIII too, right?
Yes.
So it's not only that you have the Holy Roman Emperor trying to come in and influence you, the King of France is trying to influence you, then the King of England is trying to divorce someone connected to the Holy Roman Emperor and King of Spain. And the Pope has to get in the middle of that and take a side, which obviously he's going to, because Henry is breaking with the church. It's just crazy that I can't think of an organization today that has that much power that's as blatant as the church was. Like, everybody knew the church had power, and everybody is lobbying for power from the Pope. And this is very similar astrology. So what I wonder is, what can we see today that has similar power over people in the world, over politicians, or over the leaders in the world, right?
Yeah.
Who has similar authority over governments of the world, over the economies of the world, and all of that? I mean, because we're in a period of time that's so similar, where we're seeing all of those things break down. And then to have a pope die in the middle of it, I don't know. There's so much to talk about.
You're on the right part, because one, it was quite interesting that it was the Vice President, J.D. Vance, who was the last public figure and one of the last people to be with the Pope publicly ever the night of his death. Like,
Well, and
right.
then-
So like that, but like,
Yeah.
and the Pope had tried to make an example of J.D. Vance before that meeting and not take the meeting and have him learn something about humility. So like how the church had put out like 2 days prior, but then they finally saw him.
What was the thing about that? Did he just show
Because
up
of the way
unannounced?
that J.D. Vance had been telling Europe about the free speech laws and all that stuff when he was in Europe about a month and a half ago. So, but to go to your point, that's one point that, I mean, we see world leaders all the time.
But do you
you know.
remember after our last show? I don't even remember what it was we were talking about. So after our last show, I went home and I saw a post somewhere about King Charles and Camilla going to Rome. So they were some of the last big figures that he received as well. A few weeks ago, they made their big Roman visit.
Isn't that interesting? Well, I was going to say, because that goes back to Clement VII, because he dies in 1534. So he is the Pope, like Francis, who goes through the last time that Pluto went through Capricorn into Aquarius with Neptune transitioning as well from Pisces into Aries, like we're in. And what is he dealing with? Martin Luther. So, like, that's what's kind of interesting, because that's stuff that had been carried over from the Saturn-Pluto conjunction in Capricorn in 1518. It was really 1517 Martin Luther started putting his thesis out, but that it's something that's carried over into then having Henry VIII write his, public, he wanted to take down Martin Luther, and then the Pope makes Henry the defender of the faith, and then Henry VIII then makes his deals. Of course, he first made his deal, his treaties with France and made everything good there, but then doesn't like the way that worked out. His wrestling match doesn't go too well. And he meets Anne Boleyn, and long story short, there's like an internal long-term coup about getting the Catholic Church out for political gains above Henry's knowledge, right? To get Anne Boleyn to come in to help that alliance of her father to be in the court and have power. And they didn't like the Catholic Church much because Wolsey was controlling the kingdom. But Wolsey also, who was the cardinal, wanted to be the Pope. So he was then forcing the hand of the French cardinal to make the deal so there would be no war in order for him to get votes in the conclave when the Pope would eventually die, that the French vote would go to Wolsey. But then Wolsey then backstabs with King Henry VIII, France, makes a deal with the Holy Roman Emperor and makes that alliance. And even Henry then switches his daughter, who then becomes Queen Mary eventually, but Mary young, to not be betrothed to a French princess, but now to a family member, which is even weirder because that was Henry's wife's cousin. And that was Henry's nephew, technically. Because it was actually her nephew. That's what it was. So then that vote switches to where Spain goes, we're going to vote for Wolsey if you make this deal happen with us, because we need your boats. We have all these people. We want to go attack France. And what's funny is that in 1534, during that conclave that actually gets Pope Paul III in, I have right here, it's because of the votes of France and Spain that gets him in. So really the whole Jesuit aspect that he brings in and the parts about, going against this Reformation isn't really the start of the Reformation of the Martin Luther, but more the Henry aspect, because it's more of a world leader who's now schismed from the church, opposed to, okay, people are reading Martin Luther's thesis and they're spreading it around the town, and maybe they're forming their own little brotherhoods in little corners of different countries. That's different than watching a world leader like Henry VIII say, no more, and we're leaving for good, and then we're taking all your monasteries and we're looting them and we're taking everything and we're finding a bunch of really dark stuff. And there is no more cardinal like Wolsey, even though the Catholic Church kind of didn't like him because he was an English pope. I mean an English cardinal. There's no more inside anymore from the Catholic Church. So that's what I think is really interesting, is that the effect of politics and power with popes and the votes in the conclave really, I think, are heightened by what we're about to experience right now.
Okay.
Because of that, if that makes sense.
But so here's another element to the historical aspect of it. So while Henry VIII was breaking with Rome and Wolsey was failing at his mission, this is just so perfect for the fact that Pope Paul III is the one who ends up creating the Jesuits as well, that becomes sort of this secret Catholic agency that behind the scenes tries to come back and recruit Catholics or convert people back to Catholicism in England. And we'll go into that later on. But already Henry VIII had funded this guy, I don't know if you want to show.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Show this. Reginald Pole. Oops, let's see, let me get his picture up. And I was seeing his beard looks a lot like Dylan.
He died on his Saturn return.
He did? Wait.
Yeah, he died at 58 years old. Born 1500, died 1558. So I was like, he died at Saturn return.
Uh-oh. But anyway, so Reginald Pole did a lot before then, before he died on his Saturn return, that he was kind of like the secret weapon of Paul III, because Henry had sent him off to Padua. I don't remember which university. His studies in Padua were financed by his election as fellow of Corpus Christi College in Oxford. So he was sort of King Henry VIII's scholar that he was going to send off to get all these educations. And, he's the hope for Henry VIII, but he goes against Henry VIII. And he actually later ends up being the Archbishop of Canterbury under Mary.
His grandparents were Plantagenets.
Plantagenets.
I know,
he has a more of a direct line to the throne than Henry VIII. So
even more than Edward III's son that tried to take over when Henry was young.
Probably.
Because there was that whole beginning of Henry's reign where there was still contests and then he had him killed.
Yeah. So Reginald Pole ended up
that's interesting. That's really interesting.
Hanging out with the Pope and in Rome, and he became the Pope. Actually, that's the other thing I was going to say, that the Pope appointed him cardinal.
Did he still work with Wolsey afterwards?
Well, Wolsey was gone already.
I know, with all of his money.
Well,
and mistresses and kids.
So Pole was made a cardinal by the Pope, thinking he was going to try to make this cardinal that would be in England, and that he could behind the scenes be controlling this guy and still being able to get things. But Henry VIII didn't allow him back. So he was in.
Oh, go down, because it talks about with Thomas Cromwell there.
It's so funny how we always end up talking about someone that we didn't plan to. But where does it say something?
Sir Geoffrey appealed to Thomas Cromwell.
Sir Geoffrey Pole was
right here. Appealed to Thomas Cromwell, who had been arrested and interrogated. Under interrogation, Sir Geoffrey admitted that Henry Pole, first Baron Montagu, and the Exeter had been parties to the correspondence with the Reginald and Lady Salisbury were arrested in November of 1538 together with Henry Pole. So Henry Pole was arrested for treason. And despite Cromwell having previously written that they had little offended, save that he is of their kin, they were committed to the Tower of London. Apart from Geoffrey Pole, they were all eventually executed. So, or I guess his father, right?
Yeah. So it's a time of a lot of political intrigue within the courts of Europe, but also the Pope.
Wasn't Lady Salisbury the one who had a son with Henry, right?
Is she? Where is she? I was going to click on
Wasn't
her.
she the first mistress that had his son, like before Anne Boleyn and all that stuff?
Maybe. I don't
That was one of the
remember.
what were they called? The women in waiting or whatever.
Ladies in waiting.
Ladies in waiting for his wife.
Well, I'll have to look.
Like when he was really young, like, you know, like.
You probably know.
I don't know why I know, but I just.
Are you related to that one?
No, I'm not through her, no. But.
Oh, wait, that's the other Pope. Huh. I have to look it up.
But that's kind of interesting because it's almost like the Catholic Church is using somebody close, somebody that also has ties to where Henry used his brute kind of ways of the Tower of London to, which would be our Guantanamo Bay today. You know what I mean? Like to kind of like get at him and be like, you know, and also for anybody who's paying attention, it's not like they had CNN back then, but anybody who was paying attention to be like, look at who we've got a cardinal now. And plus with Thomas Cromwell and so forth, you know.
Yeah. So she was beatified later on as a martyr for the Catholic Church. 1886, she became a saint. So
Lady Salisbury?
Margaret Pole, Countess of Salisbury. So I don't know who, I'll have to look up again who's Henry's mistress with the illegitimate child.
Yeah, I forgot what her last was. I thought her name was Salisbury, but doesn't matter. But that's interesting because that's the whole War of the Roses. The Plantagenet family is the battle with the Tudor family. And then that Civil War, nobody wants to go through it anymore. When Henry VIII's in there, it's like the end of that Civil War.
Yeah, and then it's interesting that he's got one of the leading members of the family on a royal mission for him. Like, go over to Rome and go over to Italy and Europe and get educated and become a really good cleric for me. But then he's caught between the Pope.
That's
and
what's
Henry
weird.
VIII.
That's who I'm related.
You're related to Margaret Plantagenet?
Yeah, she's the one that's related on my Scottish side too.
So you have all these radical Catholics then.
Well, before.
During the Reformation, but you have people on both sides, actually.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Yeah, because Edward IV is my great-grandfather, you know, so, yeah.
She was the only surviving daughter of George Plantagenet, Duke of Clarence, brother of Kings Edward IV and Richard III.
That's why. I'm sorry.
What is it? It says she was one of just two women in 16th century England to be a peeress in her own right, without a husband in the House of Lords. So she was a pretty powerful woman.
Yes, but that was all. She was used as a chess piece because of the Civil War and the War of the Roses, and to align different families to try and gain the crown.
Yeah. So somewhere behind the scenes right now,
There's better paintings I've heard than that one.
You don't like it?
No, I don't.
She kind of looks like her male relative.
My 17th great grandmother looks better than that. But yeah.
She's got some nice rings though. I forgot what.
But so that's what's interesting is about this big question, because we have then in the history, right? That's, I think, clear. That Pope that's connected to whatever this Pope is going to be next, and the Pope that just passed Francis to Clement VII. So whenever we're saying Clement VII, we have to relate that to the astrology of Francis. The new pope, which right now we're in between popes, the conclave has not met and the conclave has not been throwing black or white smoke yet. So because I forgot what the timing of that is, but I bet you there is some sort of weird astrological time, days or something like that until they do it. I think because his body is still open in casket, they wait. I know that they close the doors to the Pope's room and they lock it with all his belongings in there. So that was just done the other day.
What's interesting about that is I was doing some reading about what happened during this period of time during the vacant see, so when there's no pope, because it's not like this is not like a king dying or a queen dying where the idea is that the queen still lives or king still lives, even though the individual's gone. There's now a new individual that comes into the spot. This is more their legacy doesn't live on because they're gone. There's no more pope.
No.
Right, so it's not, they don't want to create some kind of following of individuals, or that was the idea. But during the vacancy in the 16th century and probably 14th, 15th, 16th centuries, there used to be this all-out chaos and riot where they would go into the apartments of the Pope and ransack it and steal everything. And I don't know
really
that's why they would lock everything up securely now, because they obviously don't want to do that anymore.
Right. Well, I think that's what's, I'm glad that you brought me that history, because it's one of those like traditions, right, that you just kind of look at. And one thing you have to honor about the Catholic Church is their traditions are really old and they've kept them going. You know, if we think of history, especially in the Western world, like if I look at, you know, in India and in Vedic traditions, like those go back thousands of years and families and people still follow them and they have really no gaps in the time. But in the Western world, we have so many traditions that fall apart or they get changed so much. But one of the things about the Catholic Church, like for example, I'll just show it right here. This is actually just the other day. So this is them locking up. It's not really that much of a lock. It's more of a signal to say it's locked. But, right, they're sealing Pope Francis's personal residence, right? So I don't know why I think about these little things, but it is kind of an interesting thing because in America, we have a vice president that takes over immediately. Right? Like the second a president dies, if that happens in term, it's an immediate transition of power. Same thing with monarchs. There's craziness that has to go on. The next in line's already figured out, unless, Edward dies after Henry VIII, right? Then there's a little bit of weirdness. Or after Charles I and gets beheaded, right? But that's what's interesting is like there is no next in line defined. So there's this whole interim period of traditions that have to happen, and then very strict traditions and canon law that is, okay, we got to get together and we all have to agree on a name and a hidden vote, and we all live and sleep in here and stay in this room until that's done. So there's an interesting pressure point put on it too. And that's where negotiations have to happen because, I'm sure there's some cardinal itching for a cigarette. I'll be nice instead of the other word thing I was going to say they were itching for. And then there's the age thing that's come up on this one. Because there was a lot of the people that were around Francis when he came in. He came in now almost 20 years ago. It kind of is crazy. He feels like he's young or wasn't in a long time, but he was actually in quite a while. Ever since we saw the end of Benedict. But that's what's kind of weird to me is like, it's more political than we think. It's not super spiritually divine message from God, but they look at it that way because of the same way that they, made the Bible was like that text fell off the table so it's not divine. Don't look at it. So it's kind of like, well, the politics and the way that these cardinals made their deals is what Jesus wanted in order to pick the Pope.
Jesus didn't even say anything about having.
Well, he never said anything. Exactly.
But I don't want to say that. I don't want to get in trouble. What was I going to say though? But it is extremely political, and the thing is that if we look at, like, I have my list of a comparative list of different popes. I don't, if you want to show.
Yeah, please.
The comparative table of popes from Clement VII, Paul III, Julius III, and Paul IV.
And that's what the monarchs follow too, right? So we have Charles III, we have Henry VIII. The English monarchs do this, and French monarchs do it, where they pick a name. It's not their actual name, but it's different though, because a monarch actually is kind of chosen that name sometimes by the Queen Mother, right? Like, oh, you're going to be a Charles, right? But like, and so that because there's other kings or monarchs with that name, or if they're a woman, then another Queen Anne or another Queen Mary or another Queen, right? Exactly.
Based on
but
which name you're going to be.
They're
choosing.
tied in very similar ways.
Yeah, but I was going to point out also that these people are all very well connected, and if you look at the list, I was just looking at the list actually of who do they think is in line for being Pope, and
right.
They're also very well connected.
Big time.
But in with the Pope's groups of people, right? They're not necessarily with the most influential families of the era.
And it's not about blood either. Yeah.
And we don't ever even talk about that aspect of it today. Like, I never even hear what family are these different popes from. They all could be, but we kind of keep the family origins of people more secret today, if it's not the royal family, don't we? I mean, and we were just looking at last time how all the presidents connect up to the same ancestors.
Correct.
But nobody actually comes out and says, yes, I'm part of a dynasty, which it really sort of is. But these popes also were connected to their family, their very wealthy families. But what's really interesting is that they weren't the Plantagenets or whatever, right? Cardinal Pole never became Pope.
No.
These were families connected to, in the 16th century, very wealthy families. So if you look at
and
Clement
it's about
VII,
their country that their origin is from has a bigger part to play too in the conclave, because of whether it's financial or geopolitical, there's kind of the same stigma as we see today.
Well, I mean, at this time, Paul III establishes a church that is going to become a worldwide church. And part of what the Jesuits were about was being able to adapt to different world situations in order to spread Catholicism to more places and to educate people in Catholicism in this new world. So Paul III is imagining a church that's wider than Europe. So all of these popes, though, would have mostly thought, I'm just Pope of Europe. Paul III's the first where they start to think, oh, I'm going to be Pope of the world, right?
Well, that's because of the Inquisitions in the Aztec, with the Spanish going over,
right,
and killing the Aztecs and getting rid of them and trying to now spread Catholicism, which now today, of course, we call Mexico and we call.
So that was already happening, sort of accidentally, right?
Yes. So that's the same time period.
Yeah, it is. So we're also on the edge of the church. If it seems like the church continues and it evolves slowly. So yeah, it keeps the same rituals, but over time it evolves so slowly that we don't even notice the ways that it's changing. But right now we would be on the edge of it's becoming something even bigger again, or will it mean it's becoming smaller? I don't know. But it has to be a global change, like a change that's so big that it's going to dictate how the church will be for another 500 years.
when I think there's a threat assessment at that period because you have England schisming, and the question is, will France do that? Will Spain do that? Will other places do that? And I think they kind of go, well, no, we've got this whole new world that they don't know about because our connection with Spain is stronger than probably any country at that period now, right? Spain's the one that's going over and finding gold, and also, let's just say, taking all the knowledge of the Aztecs and bringing it back over and to put it in the Vatican, right? So I think there's the threat, but I look at today's world, and maybe it's not seen by enough people. Jordan Peterson was just on Joe Rogan and kind of going into it a little bit. Some people don't understand it. But I look at Russia, for example. Putin is very much Orthodox Christian. So it's not Catholic, but he's singing the same melodies of canon law, right? So it might be Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox Christianity, but I would say that it mirrors closer like a cousin or a brother to Catholicism than a Protestant Christianity. You have America now too, which is kind of trying to self-define itself Christian, which technically it's not, right? And you're seeing a increase in the numbers of Christians now. And then we have quite a weird situation going on with the Middle East and of course with Israel and so forth. So it feels like whatever next pope's coming in is going to similarly capitalize on a Jesuit style idea of how do we bring all these churches under Jesus together to try and kind of funnel through us. Yeah. But we have to make sure these countries like the Pope. So an example is Trump's fighting for one of the popes right now because there's one of them that's an American pope.
Well, of course you're going to support the American.
Right. So there's the political thing happening now. And that means it's not like Trump can just be like, make this guy the Pope. Right. He has to. I'm sure there's people that are all around these cardinals making deals, and these cardinals get loaded rich. Because to me, it looks like those cardinals are like senators or congressmen who literally are being lobbied to put in their vote. It's the same thing. Right? To pick who's going to be the Pope, and by doing that satisfies whoever it is, and I made my vote and I got all my extra things that I need.
I feel like it's a little less lobbyable than a politician.
I would agree.
I think that what the church tends to do, and I mean, okay, so I'm just going with maybe what's happening today will be similar to what happened with Paul III. And what they do is, okay, they are being lobbied by France and the Holy Roman Emperor and Spain. And what they decide to do is to go with an insider candidate, sort of.
An Italian.
Who's an Italian. He's well connected, even if it's illicit, kind of appeals to everybody. And he is seen to be the safe choice. So I would guess, and I keep seeing people talking about, maybe this Pope will be something really radical. The church will go out and get a woman or do something unheard of.
Right.
Which actually, I think the church would have the power to do that if that's what God tells them to do traditionally, right? Like you're in the conclave and you're going to get the message. Because in the past, cardinals didn't have to be priests. And in fact, I think Paul III wasn't a priest before he became
Was St. Peter the first pope a priest? I don't think so.
No. So it could happen, but I also don't think, when I was looking at the candidates and seeing all of them that look very different, Paul III was old for his time. They thought he was so old that he wouldn't stay on for very long. And he lived a fairly decent time as Pope.
Right.
So I would think, there was not even anything that looked different about him. So I keep thinking it's going to be the most normal, like the safest one.
So was Pope Paul the Third? What was he before Pope? Was he a cardinal? I guess he would have to be, right? They're all cardinal. That's right. It's like chess. They got to all be in my book, it's like you got to be a bishop or a rook. You know what I mean? Okay.
So
you got to move up the ladder.
What I wanted to show in this table was how all of these families are so well connected, right? So he's the Farnese family. I was listening.
Right, like the Medici family is
the Medici. The
right.
Previous pope is from the Medici family, so we know they're well connected. They've married into all over Europe at this point. They have all of the money. He was from Florence, so this guy is from the Papal States, so right around the Vatican, from a well-connected family. They have lands, extensive lands. They're a high-ranking noble family with substantial wealth and influence. He has 4 illegitimate children. I thought this was an interesting part that I made sure we know. He actually also was working. One of the people that was involved.
Yeah, he was a nepo baby. Yeah.
Yeah. His what was it? I just said that his mother was the mistress of another pope.
Oh, you have another pope, yeah.
But, or no, his aunt was, or his sister was. That's what it was. Not his mother, because his father would be a pope.
Yeah.
But his father was not a pope. He wasn't that well connected. But his children, his illegitimate children, he put all over the place in political positions. And this is the era of Machiavelli. That's the thing, that what they're doing is what's best for the institution of the church to maintain its influence and power. And that's what you had to do at this time. So anyway, and one of the people who was probably not advocating for him was Carafa, this guy who became Pope Paul IV later on, who was extremely Catholic. He was the more reactionary Catholic who asked Pope Paul III to bring about the Roman Inquisition. And so the Roman Inquisition comes about, I'm trying to remember the year, I can look, but that's the thing about this Pope. They think he's just going to be middle of the line, kind of a moderate Pope, but he does listen to the future Pope Paul IV, and he brings forward the Roman Inquisition. He is instrumental in, he founds the Society of Jesus, or the Jesuit order. He calls for the Council of Trent, which is probably the most influential thing that he does. And yeah, so he is actually Pope when they begin to try to reconcile with this other group that is split, right? The Protestants. So.
Yeah, and I was looking at the age, like he was 68 years old when he was crowned the Pope. And so I'm looking at the list of the contenders now to try and find, is there some connection, right? So like Italy they have at the top, this was the Holy See, the Secretary of State. So since 2013, he has a deep knowledge of the global church. He's from Italy. So to me, he kind of seems like the safe bet, right? And he has rebuked the U.S. president's Gaza plan. So see how there's already politics involved with this? While he was supportive of France's agenda, he is more cautious and a conservative figure, although his skills at mediation and diplomacy may appeal to voters, and he's 70. And then there's this Cardinal Zuppi. He's Italian. He was the Archbishop of Bologna. Bologna. Zuppi had strong diplomatic skills that were recognized by Francis when he asked the cardinal to lead a peace mission for Ukraine in 2023. So there's something interesting about that. He's also known for his bicycle and his outreach to the LGBTQ plus Catholics. So I think he's out because that's too far left for where they're maybe wanting to go right now with seeing so many signups.
This guy's interesting. I keep thinking maybe they will choose this Filipino cardinal, but there's an element of him obviously that looks different, and so it's engaging to people. But then it says he's the Asian Francis due to his close association with the priorities of the pontificate. So he probably would end up, but I don't know, since he looks different and Paul III did not, doesn't mean they have to.
Well, you got to look at it like when Francis came in, it was, we are dying as a business because Benedict quit and Benedict couldn't put a grip on the bank scams that were happening with the Vatican bank and the vaults and all the money from other people in the world, right? He couldn't figure that out, and there was a lot of corruption. There was the corruption of the sex stuff that he was saying he was going to do, but he was turning a left and right face to it all and not paying attention to it. And then all that corruption happened, and then he counseled Francis, who he did not like. The whole story of Benedict and Francis is wild. Like, Benedict did not like Francis. He thought he was too progressive. He thought he was too this. But because Francis, you know, was pretty humble and he was always in the streets in Latin America and he was able to counsel him and talk to him, and he also didn't seem like he wanted the position, that Benedict was the one who basically kind of told everybody, like, yo, this. So that's what's weird is there. We don't know what Francis said to all the cardinals before he died. You know what I mean? But we do have record of Benedict, 2 popes alive at the same time, which has happened in history many times, in old history, which is kind of interesting.
More than 2 popes even.
Yeah, but like that's what's interesting to me is like you have a dying church, the corruption. So bringing in somebody from Latin America where your number one constituents were back then that have never been represented is the smart choice, right? Now you have all of your old countries back and gaining. So you got to think of it in today's world of like subscribers or something like that. Like your YouTube channel was off. You got Francis there. And then the way that the whole world events went over the last 5 years with COVID and wars and all these things, everybody's turning in the planets, especially Saturn, Neptune, Pisces. The idea that Jesus returning is crazy, right? Oh my, we're popping right now. If you look at the stats right now, it's insane. So the numbers have now gone through the roof. And just even this Easter, before he died, the numbers are through the roof. So if you're these people, you go, no, I don't want everybody that we just got back and more. We're not going to do that. And you're going to want somebody who seems more in alignment with where Russia is, where the United States is, because the one trend since 2020 is every government in the elections have turned right. Every election. And all that right-leaning stuff holds Christianity or religion in general as a higher priority than the left-leaning. So you have to look at it like anybody who sees somebody who looks to left, they're going to go, you're riding bicycles and with pride flags with your cardinal outfit? No.
The last pope was big on environmental issues, wasn't he? And migrants. I went and looked at a couple of his messages.
Oh, Francis?
Messages, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So Francis was very liberal.
But so here's the thing. Paul III then seemed moderate, but then he did do things, especially, so if you think about the sex abuse scandals within the church, I'm not sure that Francis actually addressed anything.
He did go to Canada. The Canada stuff was just the last couple of years. I would say that he patched it up to where it's not being talked about, or hundreds of thousands to millions of people are joining the church every day and forgetting about it. So I guess you could say he did a good enough job. Right?
But he didn't institutionally really change anything, right?
No, he did. I think that was near the beginning because of the Benedict situation.
While you're looking for that, it's just because I was thinking that Paul III was supposed to be safe, but then he does end up calling the Council of Trent. And within that council, they do address a lot of the criticisms of the church. One of the things the Jesuits were supposed to do was to make education of priests be better, right? And it was true. People weren't very well educated. Churches all over the world weren't doing what they were supposed to do. They weren't delivering the sacraments predictably, or they weren't doing sermons that had solid messages, and
Right.
they weren't theologically engaging with some of the things the Protestants were doing. So the way they engaged with Protestantism at that time, which was the big criticism, right? That was the thing, criticizing everything they did. The way they engaged with it was to say, oh yeah, we do have some faults, and we can fix that. And then they doubled down on, we're really Catholic now, right? We're going to really make this more regular. We're going to
make Catholicism great again.
And they did. And it was like an institutional reformation within the church. I mean, it was the Counter-reformation. So, but that didn't happen until 1565 when that ended.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's all being debated during this time.
It's all Pluto Pisces, near the middle of Pluto Pisces, yeah.
And then meanwhile, with Paul IV, when he's Pope in 1555, is that Pluto Pisces then?
Yep.
He brings in the ghetto in Rome, moves the Jewish people to this ghetto, makes them wear yellow. Sounds familiar,
Right.
And he has that really strict Catholicism, but he does not last very long. So
No, but it is very odd that the idea of making Jews wear yellow and calling them ghettos started from a pope before Hitler was around.
I think, does this table have it? He has the Index of Forbidden Books.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And on those book lists are a couple of the books that Nostradamus, ironically in 1555, as he wrote his prophecies book, are on that list.
Right. And then you can see Paul III's accomplishments, the Jesuit order, the Council of Trent. Michelangelo's Last Judgment fresco was painted at the Vatican, or St. Peter's Basilica.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, that's interesting because before we go back to Francis and the sex thing, that to me is kind of a weird red flag that's happening right now about the anti-Semitism and so forth, and the irony that it started in the Catholic Church, and as it's never been more heated up since the late 30s and into the 40s. It's now at the same peak, or I would say more, because it's the internet and there's many more people, and it's not one country, it's like multiple countries around the world pushing this narrative. That it's no irony to me that the Pope dies as it hits its peak moment right now. Because if you just see the Joe Rogan podcast last week and the debate that was done there, and then now we're seeing Jordan Peterson coming out, and then you see Candace Owens out there, and it's just become
Interesting.
really inflamed.
Many public figures are also very Catholic right now.
Yeah, because Candace Owens is Catholic. Which is why I think I was on the show with you and I said, oh, like, you know, America's acting like it's all for the Jews, but really got their shoulder on the door. And then Saudi Arabia has got their shoulder on the door too. Yeah, we're for it too, but we're just waiting for them to fall to take it over. Holy Land. And that's what's really weird is like Charlie Kirk. He's Catholic. Like all these people are Catholics. So to me, that's kind of the weird, that's why I really think they're going to go hardcore Catholic, conservative, whiter looking because of Russia, America, and where all of the European Union countries are going right now. Right? Even in France, right? Like you have Le Pen, who is the very right wing, who's being, kind of like the Trump situation, like they're throwing the courts at her to try and not have her be there. And you're seeing the centrist be like, oh, well, I guess I'll side with her side to keep the government going over this last 6 months. And you're seeing Italy, ironically enough, with a right wing government, right? So if you just kind of put the writing on the wall, and then that's what's kind of interesting is you're hearing all this like anti-Semitism from the right now, where it was coming from the left. Now it's coming from the right. Yeah. Ironically, it's coming from all the Catholics. If you look at that data, that's the weird data to me, is why I've been saying that a long time, that the Catholics really don't care, because then the letters over the last 3 years to Hitler from the Pope during World War II were just found. And they used to try and say that didn't happen. They weren't talking. They were talking before and during the war. And then the same ideas that came from that stem from 1555 and what a Pope did. And what's weird is like Trump made a law in America, which is more of a, it's not really technically a law because the Congress didn't pass it, but he did this whole like protect Christian rights thing, almost as if it's treating it like anti-Christian, laws, like you can't, right? So it's kind of like treating it like if it is Judaism and how you can be anti-Semitic and like you can't be, but like trying to build that case for Christianity in America, which actually is kind of Hitlerish. Or the most recent thing of, we need more kids, so you get $5,000 a kid and you get medals. And the only person who ever did that in history was Hitler.
Well, I bet you Mussolini probably did something similar. It is for sure a fascist kind of a thing of wanting to promote the medals
and then the amount that you have.
Can we
and
just do something different?
It was a Catholic thing though about the quiver. I covered this years ago. Remember the quiver of kids?
Yeah.
So you have to have 4 more kids in order to look like a good Nazi family. Because if you're a man who is not married without kids, you get taxed more in Nazi Germany.
Well, don't you get taxed more today if you're filing single?
Correct. But now they're going to incentivize you with a medal. The thing to me is, okay, maybe I can understand the money part, but the fact that you're going to do medals, the last time that was done was Hitler. And then it's about incentivizing women not to work in the workforce, but to stay at home and to just have children. That's exactly what Hitler's policy for women were. But then once the war started to get kicked up, especially after the invasion in Poland and then the invasion into France, that's where he makes women go on the 1 year of like a women's duty tour that they must do some sort of like service for the Reich. So they get bought into this whole thing, and then the war happens, and then, you need to actually do duty. So most women were at like child care centers and teaching them how to be good Reich little children and determining which children will go into SS programs and stuff like that. It's pretty intense. But I'm seeing the same thing right now. It's why I'm writing my articles about all this Pope stuff, and then the Pope dies, or why I'm saying this stuff's going to happen, or why, not going the right direction with Uranus exactly where it's at the end of Taurus. This is exactly what Hitler started to do. And to me, all the right-wing influencers that are pushing this are literally pushing exactly what Goebbels pushed.
The right-wing influencers
yes,
are?
Candace Owens is a hidden asset of this whole agenda under the Catholic Church.
Well, I don't know about that part of it.
I'm just saying that she's saying the same things that Goebbels and all the propaganda. And we all know that my past life regression years ago, like that 2019, was that I was in the Nazi propaganda stuff. And I was like, what? And I know how it works. So I can see it quicker than anybody. And the fact that this is all happening the second the Pope dies, that Trump puts that out about having kids and medals and all that stuff and money for women.
Right. And I mean, the thing is
that's terrifying to me.
So at that time, what people don't think about as well. So first of all, I do want to say it wasn't the Pope who came up with ghettos for Jewish people. That was a practice in Europe that had existed in the Middle Ages. He's the one who just brought it back at that particular time.
And picked the yellow.
And he was interested in Inquisition and picked yellow and all of that. But, okay. I wanted to also say that Pope Pius XII, that's...
who was in
he became
39,
Pope in
yes.
1939 as well. So we have parallels with that too.
Very extreme parallels, because in 1939 is the beginning of all of Nazi Germany, all of Germany is now starting to see Judah everywhere, all the stores. Poland is about to get invaded. Everything is right there. And that's the same thing that's been happening in the media over the last year in the same Uranus transit.
Right. And
all you see are TikTok clips and Instagram clips of like this person in this government's a Jew. And it's the same exact thing that the Nazis did, where they put up the pictures of everybody around the world that they thought were in control of this or in control of that. And they put Judah, and they put the Star of David on every single it's the same thing all over again. It's just the same Uranus cycle all over again. And it's all Catholics.
But at the same time, the other thing is that why this gets, or what happened in the 30s that people don't ever remember is leading up to this in the 20s and 30s. And even before that, there was a real push to try to strengthen populations, make people healthier. We have all kinds of that too, right? But that it was all about a fear that populations were declining. And social scientists would keep track of the fact that, wow, Germany's population is so much more than ours.
Right.
And then you also paid attention to the height and weight of people. But in the 30s and in the 20s and 30s in our country, we also had eugenics movements. There were efforts to try to sterilize people who were considered to be unacceptable. So that wasn't even just happening in Nazi Germany. It was happening in many places in the world. So what is this?
This is part of the Nazi marriage and children parts, right? That it was the 3 Ks, the Kinder, the Kusch, and the Kirche, church, kitchen, children, right? And you're seeing this in trad wife stuff over the last year and a half. You're seeing this in now our government with the president saying exactly this introduction. Back then it was Hitler, the law of encouragement of marriage in June of 33, which gave newlyweds a loan of 1,000 marks and allowed them to keep 250 marks for each child they had, but giving incentives to women who had a large number of children. This is what Trump just said in the last 48 hours, such as the Motherhood Cross, which awarded bronze. And he even said it. Oh, we're going to give medals, and gold is the one you should get, because once you have that 6 kids. So he's not aiming as high for 8, but he's aiming for 6, silver for 6 and gold for 8. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. My mouth just literally fucking dropped to the floor.
I know. The gold Mother's Cross. Here it is. So.
Yeah, exactly.
I know we talked about this. We talked about it, and I think I said at one point, so when you see moms start getting medals for having babies, then you know we're in trouble. I know you've said this too, but it's just...
We're in trouble.
Well...
December 16th, 1938.
Is that when this...
That's with the old Pope, and right before the new Pope, right? That cross. And we are at Right now, 1938, 1939, Uranus Taurus over the last year, and this year is the 1940 Uranus Taurus into Gemini.
So yeah, I mean, every mother does deserve a medal because we work so hard.
Yes.
And we do a lot, and it's important for the nation. But we don't need to be sanctified by the state for what we're doing.
Correct.
You know?
Correct.
That takes
And
away, that's not
and what was the
freedom.
main thing that they did right when Hitler got in? Making abortion illegal. Ensuring contraception was difficult to obtain. Taxing single men and childless families heavily. So Trump's new tax plan, that's what he's talking about as well. Because actually, we said this earlier before we did this, but Biden was doing similar stuff too. So it's not just Trump. There's been something where our whole government, and I know everybody thinks it's the Jews. I think it's the opposite. I think it's the Catholics. And we had a Catholic president, and now you have Trump who went super Christian after being not Christian in his first term. So he comes back as super Christian now. And all the influencers that get pushed on X and everything are Catholics.
Well, and I don't necessarily think it's the Catholics, but what I think is when people start blaming a population,
Yes.
you need to look for who's not being named. And hello, when you looked at the names of all those popes, they were all the most influential banking merchant
Right,
families in the
exact-
world.
I know.
So it's not an ethnic or religious group even.
I know.
There's someone else that those things get inflamed when we're not supposed to be looking at something else. That's what I believe. And when you look in history, there is always someone else that's profiting or gaining in some way when these kinds of
Right.
things break out. So
Yeah, and I don't think that maybe the target might not be Jews, because if you think about it, it could be China or something, because if you see what's happening right now, right?
I think
Like it's one of those things where it's like, what's the Catholic Church going to do? Because there is a war element to the church, because as we saw in the list of names, the prior Pope Francis had sent his archbishop to Ukraine to deal with the war, right? Like it's not, so you have to start thinking of, like, with all the war stuff going on right now, or this one, he has rebuked the U.S. president's Gaza plan. So maybe that cardinal is the safe bet. But then you have the American ones, and there's two of them. There's this Joseph Turbin, and he's the one who went against Governor Mike Pence's ban on resettling refugees from Syria in Indiana. Then there's the other one, United States, who's 69, who's at the right age, right? Who, he was born in Chicago. He's a member of the Augustinian religious order, of which he went on to lead as the global supervisor, spent many years working in Peru. He was later bishop in Peru before being chosen by Francis to lead the Vatican's bishop office. While it's often said cardinal electors always shy away from choosing a pope from the U.S. due to America's global political influence, his long experience in Peru may help mitigate that. And so he's one of the ones that didn't go against the Trump stuff that this Cardinal Joseph Tobin did, who was Archbishop of Newark, and he's the prefect of the Vatican of the Dicastery for bishops. And he's the right age. And his last name is with the P.
it's with a P. Was that the other?
But we don't know which name they'll take, right?
The other was an F.
Right, the other was an F, but I'm just saying because of Pope Paul III
Yeah.
that came through. But
going
he
to
was
say,
Italian. But you
so
know,
if we think about also back to that idea of who is it in the world that's what were we saying? Like who is really behind things or whatever.
yeah,
And that it disguises this other issue. But the thing is that at this time, in the 16th century, during the same astrology, the issue for many people was wanting to have power within their own state and not have outside influence, right? That's why Henry VIII was going, well, besides wanting a divorce. The other issue was to go against Rome, because they didn't want Rome to be telling them how to govern in their own states anymore. So I'm thinking of Paul III didn't have like a hardline view. Obviously, he's not going to accept Henry VIII back in, but everybody kind of thought he was working with things. But another issue that, I guess the point is just that the issue at this time was also one of sovereignty, of national sovereignty, states wanting to be able to have their own agency and not have issues inflicted on them by outside sources. And we do have that.
That's true.
But I think at the same time, the Roman Catholic Church these are the people that are trying to exert more pressure. They're trying to get more control at this time, especially with the institution of the Jesuit order. What are you, so you're looking at
So I'm like, look, what was he doing prior? So in that that's what I'm trying to do, is like, what was he before, when he was in the church, what was he doing in the church before the conclave chose him?
Well, he was one of the Renaissance popes too, that was really into building Rome and funding art, and he was into.
So he was in the court of a Medici, okay? And so he was trained in the apostolic notary, which that's kind of interesting. And he joined the Roman Curia in 1491, 1493, and he was appointed him cardinal deacon of Sant Cosima e Damiano in Rome, Italy. And so you said that he was going to do this big mega church thing prior, right? That was like right before? Or was that when he was in?
Who?
Paul the third.
That he was going to do a mega church, or he was going to do the Council of Trent, or?
Well, that he was trying to create, I guess it was maybe him creating the Jesuits to try and make the church go everywhere, right?
He's going to be the first one to preside over a church that's worldwide, and that they're implementing policies for that.
Got you.
But you know what's...
it's kind of... He was the dean of the College of Cardinals. He was Cardinal Bishop of Ostia. So this is what Pope Clement made him. And then he was the dean of the College of Cardinals.
And then if you look there, he wasn't even a priest until 1519.
Right.
But he was already a bishop.
So when I look at this list, we don't have the dean because I think he's too old. Yeah, we have the Secretary of State. But I look at these Americans and I go, well, here's part of the bishops, right? So he's looking over all the bishops. There's something about the astrology with Pluto and Aquarius of like, well, he knows how to run a group of bishops, whereas like Pope Paul III, he was the one who looked over the cardinals.
And J.D. Vance was the last person there with the Pope. So.
Right. The other thing too is I wanted to show the people the astrology here. Okay. So I've got the crown date, but I've got his chart first. Let's see if we have some interesting things here. So let's look at Pope Paul III. And, okay, so he was born February 28th, 1468 at 3:23 a.m. in Italy in Canino. And this is Julian calendar, of course. So it might be February 28th, but he's a Pisces 17 degrees in, which would typically be like May 7th or March 7th now. So he's born with the sun and he's born with Venus in Pisces. And what's interesting is when he is crowned, Neptune's at 0 degrees Aries, Pluto's at 2 degrees Aquarius, which we're basically in right now. So, Before he comes in, there's a major Neptune-Venus conjunction in his chart. He was born with the moon in Taurus, with Mars in Taurus, which I think is interesting. So he has an exalted moon here. He's a sun in Pisces. It's kind of weird because we're in the flip right now as we're talking about this, is the moon is in Pisces and the sun is in Taurus. The North Node in Pisces, which we're in right now. It'll be interesting because I can pull up the chart of course, what happens when he is chosen and then crowned within that week. He was born with the South Node and Pluto in Virgo. So he's a South Node Pluto conjunction. And it's really interesting to see that he's elected on a South Node Pluto conjunction. Wow. So there's something about the nodes that's really powerful in that time period during the switch. And that means I have not done it yet for the people who are running to be, but we should look at the nodes. But that 68, 69, there's something about that moment there. So that's why I was like, that age, there's something about that time period that's tracking the same way, nodal wise, is going to be Pope Paul III.
So if you are 68, 69 years old right now, would you have the South Node in Virgo like that? Or
no, what I'm just saying is just the understanding of like the math, right? Of like the nodes, right? And just if somebody's the same age and the nodes were a massive part and the eclipses, so that also means that he's born in the middle of the eclipses that were happening, right? So it would be interesting to see which one. He has Saturn in Aries, which is what, ironically, we're about to ingress into. Now, this is, of course, a dead pope now, but it's just kind of interesting to see he's the guy who forms the Jesuits, and there's something about him being the dean of cardinals, right? So he understands all of the way the cardinals work. Right? So if he's going to build the church to go and expand, whoever is going to be the next pope has to be somebody who is in charge of an order of people, because to know how they all work and what's going on and hearing what everybody's saying. Because in order, if you're going to form a Jesuit order, people got to report back because they're like mini spies. It's like being the CIA or the FBI, like in having your agents or having espionage missions and so forth. And so that's what's kind of interesting, is that South Node Pluto conjunction is really wild to me, because it's like past life for him doing this whole secret thing was what he ended up redoing again. And there's something about Pluto and Aquarius, like we've done many episodes now on, about secret orders, right? So the Mason that take over the American Revolution, and out of all the founding fathers, the Masons are the ones that all take the head positions. And there was only 9 out of the 50, whatever there were. And they are the ones who take the president, the vice president, the ones that are in the top of the Constitutional Convention, all of it. Right? So the country is Mason. It's deist. So that's what's kind of like those little signals of Pluto and Aquarius. And then even with Neptune and Aries, that's Henry VIII schisming from the church and creating his own new church, right? So that there's something about the church going to definitely be doing something different. And I would say the only thing that's going to be different is they ain't going to be doing what Francis was doing and doing the whole woke thing, especially when the numbers are going through the roof. And it's not because of the woke stuff. It's just because people are naturally feeling called to go to God because of all this end of Pisces stuff. And so at that time period too, with all this Pisces energy he was born with Neptune that had just gone through Pisces, there's kind of this guy is safe because it's almost the illusion that he's safe. Like he's exactly what we need. Plus he's born with the North Node with the Sun and that Venus. He does have some really interesting yod energy if you do use, well, in that case, that's not a sextile there. Yeah, a lot of quincunxes going on. He's got a lot of Ceci squares, and he's got a lot of he's a complicated guy. Capricorn ascendant too. Born at night, night chart, everything down below, nothing that could have been seen up at night. So he's very hidden. So when somebody is born at night and you look at above in the chart, right? And the planets above you cannot see with your eyes. And so there's nothing you could have seen at night. Not one planet, not the moon, nada. And everything is down below, the most secretive people on the planet. Sorry if you're out there and you're born at night and all your planets are down below and you don't have any visible planets or moon or anything up above. Nothing. The only thing you could see would be like the stars, Spica. You could have seen Antares. You could have seen Regulus, stuff like that. Like you could see fixed stars, but
Yeah.
there's no.
So no wonder they were thinking, this guy's super safe. We really like him, because they didn't see everything he had going on underneath too.
Correct. And the fact that he creates the Jesuit order, right? What's even more interesting too to me is that Pluto is at 2 degrees. So let's look at the date that he comes in, right? Okay, so we have him being, I'm going to pick the date that the Conclave chose him first, because there's that, to me, that's, if we're using Catholic tradition, that would be the spiritual moment that technically God and Jesus have come through the cardinals in order to choose a cardinal that's going to now be the Pope. That's, and St. Peter and Mary and the whole lot. I don't know who else, but there's so many of them, I don't know. And all the archangels and all of them, right? So that was a North Node Saturn conjunction. What are we in right now as we're talking? And during the Pope's death right now, same thing, was a North Node Saturn conjunction. That happens once every 11 years. So that's really wild. The South Node Pluto conjunction. So that Pope, he was born with South Node Pluto in Virgo. This is South Node Pluto in Aquarius. That's very rare. And we are in that exact Pluto cycle right now. Pluto's going to retrograde on May 4th and come back to 2 degrees Aquarius this summer. And Neptune where? 0 Aries. Of course, it was retrograde, but still, we're at Neptune 0 Aries right now. So, if you just use outer planets, like this has taken 490 plus years, but almost 500 years to happen the last time. And we're exact on those outer planets being, the longer the planet takes, the longer the rarity, and the more exact the rarity is, the more on target it's going to be, the prediction. So that's why you can't make a prediction off of Mercury retrograde, for example, as powerful, because it happens every 88 days, right? But for Neptune to come around to be in Aries takes 165 years since the last time. And the last time that happened during the Civil War, that, technically in this one, the next one that happens in the 1600s, the end of the 1600s, 1680s, okay, no Pluto Aquarius, right? Up, you go to the next one, 1860, up, okay. No Pluto in Aquarius. So for this Neptune, it has to go multiple cycles to have Pluto and Aquarius at the same spot we're at right now. 500-year cycle. And it's exact within a degree for Pluto. And a North Node Saturn conjunction, which is another 11-year cycle, and it doesn't happen in the same sign. So a North Node Saturn in Leo takes even longer to happen again. Right? So the last one was in Scorpio 11 years ago in 2014, right? So now we're having one in Pisces. Right? So now you go another 11 years and you track Saturn, and it takes 15 to go into Virgo. So the next North Node Saturn is probably going to be in Cancer and a water sign again. Maybe Gemini, at the end of Gemini. I'm just doing it in my head, but right. So to hit North Node Saturn and the rarity of it. That's a big deal. And then the other part is it happened at the end. So we started the spring, so it was during Easter, and this is during the fall back then, October 13th. This is what's weird about Julian calendars, right? Is like the fall to them was on that October 13th, 14th, and that's where you can kind of get some of the old traditions of sometimes if it was Friday the 13th and the sun was falling. It's more than the Templar night story. It's also that the fall came on the 13th. Good history. But what else I see here is like Chiron in Aries. Oh, that's a 51-year transit. Oh, we're in a Chiron in Aries. Last time we had Chiron in Aries with Pluto and Aquarius was during the Revolutionary War.
Is there anything about this chart that makes you be able to predict when this conclave or when the decision for this pope will be made?
So a couple things, if I want to keep it as simple as I can. If I look at the sun, it happened at the end of the sign of Libra, but it was in Libra. Okay, we're in Taurus right now, so another Venus-ruled sign. The interesting part is I'm looking at the Uranus square. So Uranus there in Cancer at 22 degrees. So that was a week after the Uranus square. We're in a Sun square Pluto right now, or Mars opposite Pluto. So there's Saturn that had done. That's too long away. But really, I'm like trying to look for things that are connected. And right now, the sun's approaching Uranus. So there's something about the sun and Uranus being the bigger aspects here. And then this is also the sun beginning its square to Pluto, as you see. So there's two kind of ways I would say it. One, today we have a new moon on this weekend that's at 7 degrees. Right now we're at 3 degrees, sun square Pluto exact right now. We got Uranus going to 26 degrees this week. So 3 weeks at the longest, 4 weeks at the extra long, meaning exactly a month from now. It could be a long one. If it was going to be short, like this one was 3 days, right? Well, it was 3 days and then sun squared Pluto. So we're in sun squared Pluto right now. So maybe there's already been a choice behind the curtain and it's going to be a pretty easy call. So once it happens, I would say, dare I say, the first vote is a yes. There is no black smoke. It goes white. Now that's without me doing a lot of research, but that's me going off of some really weird mind astrology in my mind with all the planets direct, this kind of rush energy that's coming after the Mars retrograde, the Mars opposite Pluto. We need to make a decision now. We need to do this now. And right now, we're in a sun square Pluto, and the decision in the conclave was 3 days before that sun square Pluto, and then the actual crowning happened. I have that chart.
The investiture. I wonder what do they call it?
They call it just the crowning of. I looked online. It was just, well, I looked online for it was the crowning. And that's sun in Scorpio at 20 degrees. So this would have been 23 weeks later. And so the square to Pluto was over. And they took longer then, I think, to do it now. So based off the mundane astrology we're in now, which I'm going to go back to that crown chart, the conclave choosing moment, and then I'm going to layer over the planets today. And I'll make this to where we can see it better in a bi-wheel here. Okay. I'll make it a little smaller because I'll put it right between you and I. And all right. Oh. Sorry. Okay. That kind of works. Yeah, that works. Okay. So here's a couple things. At that time period, every planet was direct except Neptune. Okay? We're in all planets direct, but Pluto retrogrades on May 4th. So today is the 23rd, right? So that's a week and 3-4 days. So that's like, so that's just, you kind of have to like look at a lot of weird things. But to show people how rare this would be, okay, here's Neptune in our life right now at 0 Aries. Here's Neptune at 0 Aries. Here's Pluto today at 3 degrees. Here's Pluto at 2 degrees. Pluto's 248-year cycle, and then Neptune's 165-year cycle. And for them to hit exact both within a degree at the same time with Chiron in Aries as well, and a North Node Saturn, and we are in a North Node Saturn. That's crazy, right? That mathematically, astrologically, you cannot get an exact same window. So I would say that they chose somebody quick, but their energy had a Sun-Mars conjunction that was approaching in Scorpio. We just had Sun square Mars, and we have now Mars opposite Pluto, and we have Sun square Pluto. And this was also Sun square Pluto. And Mars square Pluto. So there's a Mars-Pluto, Sun-Pluto similarity thing going on right now. So I would say, dare I say, that it's going to be extremely fast, because we're in an even more tighter situation as far as the Mars retrograde. So when you see the sun about to cross Mars, that's the farthest away after a Mars retrograde and to the next Mars retrograde, meaning we're in between Mars retrogrades. Like, that's the fastest of speed of Mars. And Mars is on the opposite side of the sun from Earth. Right now, we are still a Mars that's struggling to get to full speed and go, and then everything's been delayed with this North Node Venus Saturn. And so it's weird that this week after this new moon in Taurus, everything's just going to be, everybody's with all these planets direct and everything is just be like, finally, after 5 months, I just need to go and I need to make big decisions now. I need to go, and it's just going to be like, and I think the decision was just made tonight with the Sun square Pluto. And it was talked about 3 days ago, and the 3 days we've been experiencing have been the same 3 days of the choice already being made when Pope Paul III was chosen in the Conclave. I just think it's already been made.
So even though technically I think they're supposed to still be mourning,
right,
or whatever they're
this is too high of a stakes of world and world political events happening for it to go to a conclave. Meaning it's going to a conclave, but it's like for it to be chosen in a conclave. That there's money and there's deals being made right now that were bigger and more hidden than of all time right now. This is a business. The Catholic Church has not had a big bump like this in God knows how long. And you have all these countries all doing it, and you have all influencers in the right wing that's influencing the world right now through America about Catholicism. They're all Catholics. And you have Russia's Putin spouting off all the same stuff. And now you have Trump spouting off the same stuff.
Makes me think we should look at the...
And you have Italy saying the same stuff.
Well, and the Italian, that's the other thing I was going to say. Did I say this already? The Prime Minister was just here. The Italian Prime Minister.
Correct. Weird, right? Well, J.D. Vance goes over there.
That's what makes me think it might be the American guy.
Which,
But I
that's
looked at
where
him.
the money and influence is going to be massive.
Oh,
And you know what? And this might sound crazy, but I think there have been deals made. We'll see if they stay, because let's not forget, Hitler made deals with Uranus at the end of Taurus and the Gemini with the USSR and Stalin, and then pulled out of those and ended up in war. But dare I say that there's been deals made like, don't worry, it looks like we're doing this, but we're not going after you Jewish people, right? But we are going to do our thing the way we want to do it. I mean, it was actually weird. I saw an interview of Netanyahu on Easter inviting all Americans that are Christians to come and see where Jesus was, and that it's like the Disneyland of Christianity, and you have to come to Israel to go stand on the sites and see the temples and see where Jesus lived and see where he did, right? So I don't feel like we're going to have a repeat Holocaust of Jews. But I do feel that there is alignments about using similar vibes against another non-Christian place, whether that's Muslims in Iran, but they are connected in a big deal militarily with China. That feels like the Chinese and the Iranian people and the Muslim world.
Yeah, I mean, and that's making me think of
I mean, I hate to
Ignatius
say that, but
of Loyola as well.
yeah.
Remember, before we started, I said, I read to you how his first thing before founding the Jesuits was he went to the Holy Land, made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem.
You have that up.
And I mean, there's...
Oh, yeah, and that he had significant connection to Palestine, right? Yeah.
He was eventually ordered to leave, which led him to pursue further education and ultimately found the Society of Jesus.
Right, so a Jesuit just left the papacy. And there's a part of that Jesuit order that's been founded with ties to Palestine.
Yeah, and they don't have his time, but look, is that him? I want to make sure before.
Oh yeah, look, go back up to that. I always actually love Astro Theme, the way they do some of this. Like, so okay, if you scroll down a little, so he's Sun Scorpio, 9 degree. That's a strong Scorpio. Moon in Cancer. Okay, he's born October 23rd, right? So see how most people think that's 0 degrees Scorpio, but it's not. It's 9 degrees Scorpio.
And he's Pluto Scorpio too, I think.
Back in 1491 and 1530. No, yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah, because that would have been the same thing that by the 1530s, all the Pluto Scorpios, right, that were born in the when he was born, and then the people who were born prior to him, like Henry VIII, was a Pluto Libra, right?
And I was just thinking the chart for the Pope, it should probably be the actual chart of when they are crowned or whatever, right? Because I was thinking...
Yeah, I think it's kind of personally, I think it's because it's different. It's the only place where it's chosen supposedly by God, right? So like a good example would be when I run the charts of like the Civil Rights Act of 64, I don't look at Johnson signing it as much as that there was the Southern Democrat bloc that Johnson had to go against his own party in order to get, and then to side with Republicans to get the Republicans who voted against segregation in the civil rights movement, and that crazy backdoor lobbying and the filibusters that those Southern Democrats were doing in 1964 to not let Johnson, a Democratic president, allow this vote. And so the Civil Rights Act really was about the lobbying that even Johnson had to side with Republicans because people in his own party were segregationalists. And I look at that vote when it finally pushed through as the moment of when that happened. I don't look at it when he signed the little stupid paper. Personally. Because like there's a deeper spiritual significant event happening, and in this case this is a spiritual significant event of like who's going to have 1 billion plus people look up to as a godly figure, and it's the moment when that godly figure has chosen supposedly that person.
So the conclave is the moment.
Whereas like in a monarch, it's about the anointment process that actually goes back to when it's the church giving the spiritual authority for them to be the king. So really, I think it's kind of, that's where it gets mixed up, is like we look at anointments of kings as a big deal because that's finally when the spiritual part of why you are here to be the ruler of the lands and all of that, but also represent the people and under God, for God, is done at the crowning, whereas this is the moment that you are the spiritual person, and the crowning is just now you have to wear the physical embodiment of it now. It's not as special as a moment in the church. Outside the church it is to people, but inside, that's the moment.
When the divine thing happens.
When the white smoke pops up.
Yeah. Now, I was thinking for Ignatius of Loyola, I was looking for connections between his chart and the Pope's chart, because Pope Paul III is the Pope who he swore to protect, right? This
Right.
order was meant to be personally connected to the Pope as if it was an order of knights. They swear loyalty to the Pope, right?
Yeah, it's very Knights Templar reboot,
Yeah.
Jesuit style. Which that's kind of like, yeah, I would say that's an interesting thing. So I think if I were to say who the next one is, I have to look at the charts of all those cardinals, which that's going to be a
I
job.
found one was his date of birth.
So he's a Virgo, and he's born in 55 with Pluto in Virgo. Okay, and he's got Neptune and Libra early or late. I mean, he's got the sextile to Pluto Leo. He's Virgo at 24 degrees ish, right? September 23rd, so actually 19 degrees. So Saturn's done opposing his sun. Doing this all in my head. 55 is Saturn and Scorpio. So he's the Saturn-Pluto square. Which one's this one? The American
That's the
one?
Chicago American
We'll look
guy.
him up because he's the one that I think, I don't know, maybe while I look it up, if you want to like see which one Trump's fighting for, because there's articles all about it, like Trump wants a certain one in there. Which that's what's kind of weird to me, is kind of like, is Trump a Catholic now or is he a Protestant? You know, that nobody knows.
He wants the other guy, Raymond Burke. The Cardinal. Donald Trump wants to be the next Pope.
So he could be the sleeper that nobody's talking about. 76. He's old.
Hard line against softening the church's policy towards LGBTQ people. Hard line against divorce, the role of women within the church.
Well, that sits well with what he's doing right now.
So Raymond Burke, when is his birthday, I wonder?
I'm going to first just look up this September,
Okay.
what was it, 14th, 1955, right? I don't
Doesn't look like a
even need to like see anything but that. I could just make my own determinations off seeing a chart. I don't need the rising. Let's see. So this is that one American. He's got Sun Mars conjunct he's got Sun Venus on Virgo. That's the exact opposite of Pope Paul III, the Sun Venus, right? But he's also got a new moon that was happening that day. He's got Pluto and Leo, like I said. He's got Neptune and sextile. Yep, I'm pretty good. Saturn and Scorpio. Yeah, the Saturn square Pluto. I'm pretty good. I can. If you can't do that as an astrologer, you shouldn't be an astrologer.
I've got a ways to go then.
Okay, so this is where the North Node tracking thing kind of comes in. So it's like he's at North Node in Sag. They're mutable. We're in North Node Pisces. We're seeing the nodal square come in this next month. He's got Chiron at 0 degrees of Aquarius in exact opposition to Uranus. So this Mars-Pluto opposition is happening all over this dude's Uranus in Leo. And so the Taurus energy that's coming in, he's not nothing in Taurus, but that Sun square Pluto that just happened and that Sun square Uranus. I mean, this guy feels more like the out of nowhere guy with that Uranus aspect that's being, or his Uranus natal position that's being hit dramatically. This guy's 68, right? So, I'm doing it in my head when I can just do it right here as progression. I always do it in my head. I don't ever fucking look at that chart. But let's look at his progressions. Of course, this is not going to be by house or anything like that. Oh wait, hold on. I have to actually give this guy a name. We're going to call him Cardinal WTF.
Robert Prevost.
I just called him Cardinal what the fuck. Look at that. Progressed moon coming. We don't know his time. So, I mean, it could be 12 hours off and it could be just coming into Pisces. It could be 12 hours off the other way and going into Aries, which that would be more my prediction. He's got his progressed sun that just went into Sag conjuncting that in the same sign as the North Node, which is what Pope Paul the Third had. So it's I mean, whenever you see anybody's progressed sun come into a new sign, that is a massive shift in somebody's life, like one of the biggest. And it is in direct square to Jupiter Pluto that has progressed. So as Jupiter's progressed now to 0 degrees of Virgo, it's with the star Regulus that's progressed there now. And so we see the progressed sun now in exact square to that natal Jupiter that just happened. And popes are Jupiter all the time in astrology. And then that Uranus has stationed retrograde at 2 degrees. When did that happen for him? I got to get out of this whole thing. I need to see it from. Why is it doing that? I got to get out of this. There we go. Sorry, folks. Let's do Chart Explorer. Let's look at when his Uranus went retrograde. I got to go to his secondary chart. Sorry. There we go. Hold on. This chart one needs to be Cardinal. Oh, hold on. It did not. I have this as this. Yeah, Cardinal. What the fuck? Save.
Okay.
Yeah, because it couldn't go to Sag. She was. Or no, yeah, it can go. It was Sag. It was correct. Yeah, it is correct. Okay. All right. Here we go. Now we can do this chart explorer. Oh, so Uranus station for him retrograde at 54 years old. He's 68, so 14 years ago. So 14 years ago is 2009, right? No, 2011. So what's this guy's name again?
Robert Prevost.
Robert Prevost. And the Pope, 2011. Let's see what he was doing in 2011. This will give us a key. Okay. Yes, prior general. He was elected to a second 6-year term in 2007 from 2013. Provost served as director of formation in the St. Augustine in Chicago. He was part of our Mother of Good Counsel. And then, so by November 3rd, so Uranus stations retrograde in his progress chart. We take the chart now back 11 years, 10 years, let's say. So he's at 20 degrees of Scorpio with his sun when the Pope Francis appoints him to be an apostolic administrator of the diocese in Chicago. And then the Congregation of the Clergy in Rome in 2019, and then in 2020, he's an apostolistic. So his whole progression of the last deacon of Scorpio here, it's probably his progressed new moon, and that would have happened in Scorpio. So if watch this, this is how you do astrology. Like, it's do progress lunar phases. Let's look at that date. 2020 crescent, new moon 2016. Okay, so he had at 21 degrees Scorpio. He's in the crescent, and in 2024 he's in the first quarter, and he's in the gibbous. He's in the first quarter of the gibbous. This is exactly where somebody comes into power, progress-wise. So he's waxing up, and once you hit that first quarter square, that's the moment where you got to make some shift and changes, but it's after the new moon, and the new moon kicks in.
Did that happen when? What year?
2024, April 20th was his first quarter. So he's in that right now, and that happened at 29 Aquarius. And that means, that progressed sun was at 29 Scorpio. And then now I'm going really crazy, but when Pluto made its ingress into Scorpio, into Aquarius, I keep showing people that there's different ways to look at that, right? So there's a lot of connection with 29 Scorpio when you look at 0 degree Aquarius. So, I'm not going to put all my marbles until I see everybody, but I would say that this guy's more lined up than I think anybody that probably can be on every level, progressed-wise, nodal-wise, the same signature of a Sun-Venus in the direct opposite sign, right? That's had Neptune in opposition, Pope. So we're in kind of a flipped world right now anyway. It's kind of weird. Everything's always heads, tails right now. So he's the tails of him. He's in control of bishops, not the actual cardinals, but I wouldn't be surprised. The other thing is we can look back in his life and go, okay, when was the last time he had another first quarter? And that was all the way back when he was 38 years old in 94. And that happened at 18 Pisces. So we go back into his life. We go back when he was young. And from 88 to 98, he was a pastor, diocesan official, a seminary teacher, and administrator. So in those years, and I'm wondering if 94 pops up anywhere big here. 87, 88, 98. So from 94 into 98 is his big jump into the Augustinian leadership. So you always see that with after first quarters, and then coming into the progressed full moon is you come into big power. It's when you've passed your progressed full moon, you're in your third quarter, and the worst like 5, 6 years of people's life, and I hate to do readings for people, when they think they're going to go get it, it's always in their balsamic phase into the new moon phase. Every time.
When you think you're about ready to go.
Yeah, you always think, because it's so many things are doors closing, so it's about new doors opening, but there are long doors to open. And he's been through that. And so right after that, he's coming into those years where the leadership starts coming in.
Well,
so
that started in.
That's just one example for people to go do themselves the astrology of the other cardinals and kind of go, like that's a predictive good astrologer's way of being like, okay, this guy's really set up in really good things. Saturn's then opposing all of his sun energy. It's his Venus that's far back enough, and just also to add to him and being the uniquest one that could be out of anybody, because I already know this just based off astrology, that there's nobody with the same birthday. And the likelihood of anybody also having the same Venus as him would be insane, meaning most likely not, is that his Venus sits at 24 degrees of Virgo, and where did Venus station? 24 Pisces. So he had an extended Venus opposition, right? Mm-hmm. And so there's that. There's the Uranus aspect that he has there in Leo. that we're seeing so much aspected there. The sun, Pluto crossed over Chiron, so he's had his sacrifice. He's here to do his guidance. You also have to look at Pluto in Aquarius now, in great aspects to all of his Libra, Mercury, and Neptune. The Aries energy is not really going to affect him negatively at all. Right? He has no planets in Pisces and all that stuff. But that's what's kind of weird is the last Pope that we saw with these transits that came in right? Neptune went over his Venus and so forth and came into Aries, and Pluto was doing the same nodal aspect, right? So in this guy, his north node is just, there is no planet with his north node. There is no planet with his south node. So, but he does have big squares to the nodes. And so what is interesting is that the nodes are going to square him, but are on his planets. So that's a nodal connection, meaning that's why I said whoever it will be will have a major nodal connection.
Wow.
Right? Like the only things that really matter in astrology are nodes, eclipses are half of what astrology is. That's what I teach in my eclipse school. That all the stuff people look at in their charts, half of all of astrology is just the nodes and the eclipses of power. Everything else is the other half. That's how strong it is about your life when things happen and whether or not you're going to make it in life and do this or not and win and so forth. And Jupiter, Saturn, of course, that comes to the other side, but it's more nodal and eclipses.
So where's the south node right now?
So the south node's in Virgo. That's going to be all over his... It's at 26 degrees right now.
On 20.
And it's on its way to conjunct that Venus, conjunct that Sun, Mars, all that stuff. And you see that with people coming into power. Right? I knew there would be nodal connects. But more so the fact that the nodes are squaring, and that's the thing, is like there was massive nodal aspects happening that were similar. But like in this one, it's like, well, I don't know if the other people have a north node conjunct Saturn and Venus, right? Like, but really, this north node Saturn is in square to his nodes and in opposition to his sun Venus, and that Venus stationed in direct opposition to his Venus. So there's like a signature event happening instead of a conjunction, or it's an opposition. There's a flip. It's the opposite sign. It's the opposite sun, opposite Venus. He does have Mars there, and he has the moon there too.
And it's squaring his nodes at the same time.
And then his nodes are going to be squared exactly by the nodes, in this coming up process.
Well, it will be interesting to see.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's funny because we just picked the ones that had the closest age, or that's how you got to.
Well, yeah, I mean, when I looked at Pope Paul III's chart, I went, oh, okay, he's got North Node Pisces. Okay, we're seeing the same signature of planets. We're in North Node Pisces. And I went, okay, the age. There's something about the age, because it doesn't matter. You could be the different age, but the nodes are going to be in an aspect to things when you get to those years. Because if you go on the 18 and a half, 19-year cycle, it's like, okay, we know when you're 18 into 19. We know then on your Saturn return. Then we know that when you're coming into 37, right? And then we know when you're coming into the flip, right, into your 40s. And then we know you come back again in your 50s, the Chiron return. And then we go again, and then we go again. And that's the one we go again at, is the end of your 60s.
Wow.
You're done with Chiron return. You're done with your second Saturn return. You're not near your third Saturn return. You're done with your Uranus return, or you're done with your Uranus opposition. You're done with all the big things. And you've made it past 64, because there's something about people dying at 64 that's happening all over the place right now. Right? So you've made it past that. That's where you see in senior years some very senior moments that could be very powerful for you in your life. If you miss the opportunities from 67 to 69, I'd say you wasted your life. That's your last call.
So he's about ready. I mean, at the very least, he's all over the newspapers right now, or all the news, not newspapers. He's all over the place with
Right. I
as
mean,
one of the
it could
contenders.
just be that, right?
And maybe
and
it'll lead to
ironically, a
something else.
contender not to any of the other cardinals, but a contender to the Pope that had the same astrology transits in 1534, in direct contender, literally by Sun Venus in opposition, as a Virgo and a Pisces.
Super interesting. That's weird. I can't wait to see
And
what
nodal
they
square,
think.
yeah, but that's how. Well, and that's the other thing is he has a north node in a Jupiter-ruled sign, so you could also look at it that way because Pope Paul III had north node at 0 degrees Pisces. He's got north node at Sag, 21 degrees. So the dispositor's Jupiter, and so we look at his Jupiter, and it's like, well, okay, he's got Jupiter and Leo at 20 degrees. His Jupiter return's coming in the next year, right? Or you can look at it like, oh, Mars is getting ready to conjunct his Jupiter, right? So Mars retrograded here. So there was probably talks about him during December when Mars came in and retrograded, right? November into December, and then it left, and then it kind of came out of nowhere. Mars just came into Leo, and the Pope dies, and now there's Jupiter, and people are looking at, oh, he's got Jupiter, Pluto. Oh, okay. And who else had Jupiter, Pluto? I'm going to finish with that. Look at this. Pope Paul III was born with Jupiter or Pluto here, and then he had Jupiter in Gemini. So he had, okay, but during the conclave, it was Jupiter, Pluto coming together. And so that's what's kind of interesting. We're not in a Jupiter, Pluto, but we are in a Jupiter, Pluto and Ceci square, right? So there's Jupiter, Pluto contacts that were part of the conclave of the same Neptune, Aries, Pluto in Aquarius, if I go to that. So
Wait, Pope Paul III had the same Pluto. I just realized that too. I mean, I don't know if it's the same degree, but they're both Pluto Virgo.
No, he's Pluto Leo, 27 degrees. But what's interesting is Jupiter's coming to return for Pope Paul III, 21 degrees. That's where Jupiter stationed retrograde this year.
But isn't
or last
this
year.
Paul III's birth date?
Yeah, this is his birthday, yeah.
And then what Pluto is Cardinal WTF?
Leo.
He's a part.
Yeah,
Leo?
yeah, he's 55.
Oh,
57's Pluto. You know.
okay.
And then
Well,
Saturn coming into Sag out of
It's
Scorpio.
close. It was close.
It's very close.
But no cigar.
It's actually, it might be intercepted by sign, but it's extremely close. The thing that gets me is the conclave dates, because if I go to the conclave date, it's Jupiter and Pluto. See that? Right? And so he was born with Jupiter and Pluto and Leo close by, and Jupiter, Pluto's, they get the position, especially popes, but Bill Gates, billionaire, it's the billionaire. Jupiter, Pluto's a billionaire, meaning that means he might have a lot more money and a lot more pull being an American.
And he's not the American Trump supporting, because I would think, looking historically, it's not the one the big people are supporting,
Right.
right? So it's a
Right. It's
safer
somebody who's,
alternative.
Trump probably threw that chum out of that other guy, because, I mean, the guy's 76. They're not going to pick that guy, an older guy. Threw that chum out to make it to where people then go look at this guy. That's what he does. That's how he does things. So, yeah, that's some fascinating stuff.
Raymond Leo Burke, I just looked him up. That's the other guy that Trump
Yeah,
likes.
there's no way. Just looking at his
middle
age,
name's Leo.
76. No way. He just
June
got out of
30th, 1948.
he just got out of his Fedaria North and South Node and is just restarting his life. And no, he's too much like a kid again.
It's funny, all these names. Robert Sarah, I saw someone in the chat mentioning that name.
So again, what's the name of this guy? Oh, yeah, I've got it right here.
That
Oh,
is
Robert. So
Robert.
that is what's interesting, is that is such a Scottish English name, Scottish especially name. Right? So that's like kind of like maybe why the Catholic Church gave parts of the bullshit True Cross to Charles III's anointment and bringing the churches back together and having a Robert Because I guarantee you do the line on this guy, even though he's Latin America, right? No, his name's Robert. Okay, means he has English and Scottish ties.
I wonder what his last name. What kind of last name is that?
Prevost. That means his father. So it's more about his mother, which I can look up right here. Like he was born.
French name of occupational origin meaning provost. Well, there right away, his name is like a leader already.
Doesn't even bring up his family. Watch. What we'll do is we'll do his parents. He was born in the U.S. His parents are not publicly known. Ooh.
I wonder. Who
I
they
wonder
are.
why.
Now we're curious.
I wonder why.
Well, don't put things up like that online because now we have to check it out.
I wonder why. How are his parents not known? They don't want to reveal the Scottish English line. That's why.
That's very interesting.
So they're using the woke against the woke, meaning, well, he's got South American in him, Latin American. He's got some tan skin. Look at his last name. It's very Jupiter Pluto, very like, look at the pop. You get your woke. But his name's Robert, though. And it's not
look,
Roberto.
Okay, I found, what is this? Genealogy of Canada. Is that not Andre Prevost? Here's Robert Prevost. Oh, that's really, really old. So,
Yeah.
I mean, but it is a French name, it said, right? So maybe he's connected to these people. I don't know. From Quebec.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Chicago's close by, but Canada just screams England to me. You know what I mean? It screams English.
You know what it screams to me at this time? I should look up when was the first Jesuit mission to Canada because that's one of the places the Jesuits went.
And that's where Pope Francis, because we didn't bring up the sex part that that what Pope Francis had to deal with, and I forgot, was when he was in Chile in 2018, those people that went in and got in and the TV reporter and screamed at him and all the pedophile shit. And that's when he had to make big changes in the church. So he waited too until 2018 when Uranus came into Taurus, right? So there could be this whole, now this might sound like kind of wild using the astrology with Uranus now squaring that Uranus in this guy's chart, but also just the fact that it's about to come into Gemini, that America's the only ones screaming about pedophilia, right? Like not from the church only, but within the government, within anywhere, right? Every other place is just everybody silent. Well, they're not allowed to say anything. They get arrested if they say anything anywhere else.
Right, that's true.
So there could be this whole push that, well, let's get a pope who wants to condemn pedophilia and also talk about how it's not just the church but everywhere else, and that gets us away from being looked at as the only pedophiles. And we need an American to do that. Yeah. And that's what's weird is that when Francis was elected in 2013, that was the North Node and Saturn coming together. Now, it wasn't the exact conjunction like 2014, but there is something about North Node Saturn in Pope Francis and Benedict quitting. My bigger question of this whole episode would be, did Pope Francis die naturally or intentionally? Meaning that was his way of quitting because the pressure to not be able to quit after Benedict, the Catholic Church will not take another quitter. Like you can't do that back to back. So the pressure on Francis, he was just in the hospital, right?
Right.
It seems almost as if it was like, just give me the fucking black pill.
Maybe. That would explain what he looked like in his casket.
Right, because he came in with the North Node Saturn heading towards each other, and now we're in North Node Saturn, and then Pope Paul the Third came in the same astrology with the North Node Saturn. So there's something about this North Node Saturn that's planned. There's big plans. There's bigger things, and even the history reports. Oh, he was neutral or all that. That's the fucking sales after all the money was exchanged and all the cardinals got what they want. Yeah, we was neutral.
When did he get moved in as Pope again?
2013.
Because I was just looking up whether this guy from Chicago had anything to do with, sex abuse scandals. That's him. Cardinal's former diocese denies claim of clerical abuse cover-up. 3 women have alleged a Peruvian? The diocese of, it's not Chicago. Why is it showing, Cardinal Robert Prevost pauses for a photo after being elevated to the rank of cardinal in 2023. So I guess he's the one who...
He's the head of the Cardinals, though, now, in 2023. The diocese of the Cardinals. Or bishops. He's the diocese of the bishops now.
Did we read it
Head
wrong?
dice.
And he's not... Is he Peruvian?
That's what it said. Yeah, that's why he said the whole smoke and mirrors. Hey, he's Peruvian, but his name's Robert, and we don't know who his parents are. So obviously, or even what might be scarier is I don't even want to go into that, but all the weird shit we just got from the CIA of Hitler being in Latin America for all those decades after the World War II.
I missed that. What? We just got some stuff from the
So
CIA.
yeah, the president of Argentina released the files, and then the CIA through all the JFK files and the RFK files and that have come out, the CIA knew that Hitler was living in South America after World War II, all the way, and was seen and taken pictures of in 1955, the year he was born.
Did you talk about that on Full Disclosure and I missed it?
Or may I, but yeah.
Sorry,
So anyway,
Natalie said something in passing about that,
so
and I just thought, oh yeah, going back to.
We live in a world where there's UFOs happening, and our government admits it, and people still don't believe it. And then we live in a world where the CIA literally has the documents, and it just got put out through the JFK files and all that stuff. Literally, that Hitler was alive and living in South America, and they knew about it. And they had the guy who had taken a picture with him and all that shit. And then the Argentinian president brings out and does the same thing and brings out all that, and the media just doesn't talk about it.
Crazy. I mean, it's similar to if you were in the Catholic world in the 16th century, you probably weren't hearing a lot about Protestants. It's as separated, I think, in our belief systems, and that it is so similar to that period of time. The way that I think about history, when I look at the kinds of magazines that were not magazines, but the things that were being printed at that time for popular audiences, you could be Catholic and you saw the exact opposite of what Protestants were seeing, but you're seeing the exact same types of images,
Right.
flipped. And you could live in the completely Protestant world and not know anything about what the Catholics were doing and vice versa. So,
the last thing to end with is the Pope, the curveball Pope is the Uranus, Taurus into Gemini Pope. And what he brought in was the Department of Extraordinary Ecclesiastical Affairs, which was about a body that changed its dealing with matters that involve relations with civil governments, which ironically enough was him with Hitler, right? The papal nuenso to Germany, right? What else? The Cardinal Secretary of State. So he's the one that added that. Oh, he served as the secretary and cardinal secretary of state, in which he was okay. And then he worked to conclude treaties with various European and Latin American nations, including the Reichsstaaten Treaty with the German Reich.
Reichskon.
I mean, look at you just. All I have to do is just hover over that and go, oh, right. While the Vatican was officially neutral during World War II, the Reichsstaat and his leadership of the Catholic Church during the war remained the subject of controversy, including allegations of public silence and inaction concerning the fate of the Jews, and his communications, I hope they even put that out there, with Hitler during the war. Pius employed diplomacy to aid the victims of the Nazis during the war, and through directing the church to provide discreet aid to Jews and others, saved thousands of lives. Yet that's kind of what they want you to think because of the communications that came out with him. Wow, look at this. So during his papacy, he had the decree against communism. Look at how, so that feels like whoever comes up next is going to be extremely political. Declaring that Catholics who profess the atheistic and materialist doctrines of communism are to be excommunicated as apostles from the Christian faith. Okay, that seems more where we're at right now. The church experienced severe persecution and mass deportations of Catholic clergy in the Eastern Bloc, the Soviet bloc, because of that. He explicitly invoked the ex cathedra papal infallibility, which states that in virtue of the promise of Jesus to Peter, the Pope, when he speaks eth cathedra, is preserved from the possibility of error on doctrine, initially given to the apostate church and handed down in Scripture. So he can be infallible, basically. With the dogma of the Assumption of Mary in his apostolic constitution, his 41 encliacals include Mystici Corporis Christi. Its main topic was the mystical body of Christ, and liturgy reform, the Humani Generis. This Pope was busy.
Wait, he eliminated what in the College of Cardinals? I can't see behind the... He eliminated the Italian majority in the College of Cardinals in 46. He was the first one that was not a Italian pope. And then they...
Or maybe not that, but he eliminated the majority, meaning that you can't just be all Italian here.
But then they were getting ready to sanctify him, or...
In the process toward sainthood, his cause for canonization was opened in 65 by Paul VI. During the final session of the Second Vatican Council, he was made a servant of God by John Paul II in 90, and Benedict, declared Pius the 12th venerable.
So I just looked this. I was thinking, why did he get
What
elected?
the fuck? This is the weirdest pope of them all.
Look, it says...
This to me is the curveball. The Uranus
Pius
Pope
the 12th was chosen as Pope due to his extensive experience in papal diplomacy, particularly with Germany, as his role as Vatican, his Secretary of State. Historians believe his choice was influenced by the Conclave's preference for a diplomatic candidate in the face of the rising threat of Nazism. So again, he was probably seen as a safe choice, like Paul III was. But then we just saw how much he did when he actually became Pope.
I'm going to reverse that and say it's the safe choice to allow the Nazism to reign, because it will just be diplomatic, and we say we did something, but we can let them do it.
And we're not meddling.
We're
in
not
political
meddling in
affairs.
things that we believe in. Because everything that Nazi Germany was saying is everything that a Catholic church would be like, oh, I'm down for that. I mean, I hate to say this, but in Ukraine, that's where we know that there are actual Nazis, right? And the Ukrainian Nazis that are there. I'm not saying the whole country or the whole, right? But that there's a huge, the Nazi people who actually wear Nazi insignia and go to war and fight are in Ukraine. And ironically, who is sent there in 2023? Oh, the Catholic Church by the Pope Francis sends his secretary, or I don't think it was Secretary of State, but the next guy down, to fucking Ukraine. Go talk to those Nazis.
Well, they're trying to be diplomatic.
So
That makes
that's
sense.
where the curveball is. That's why I said this at the beginning of this episode, because, and I'll just show people the astrology because it's so fascinating to me. The most fascinating is this. So it was February of 1939 that he gets in. I forgot the date, but it doesn't matter. I'm just putting
February 10th.
Oh, okay. February 10th, 1939. Okay. And we'll just put this for 12. And we'll do this in Italy. Recently used Vatican City. Okay, there we go. Let's calculate.
Oh, no, he died on February 10th. Or, no, yeah, never mind.
Yeah, okay. So
Pius the 11th had died.
there's
in-
another Saturn Aries. Fucking Jesus Christ. Can't make it up.
Interesting.
I know you can't make this shit up. I swear to God. And then the main one that I want to show people here is that Taurus. There's Uranus in Taurus, right? 13 degrees. What's crazy is if you go a year ahead to 1940, there's Uranus, right? So then you go forward to 1941, there's Uranus. So, this is set for the right. Yeah, that is the right year. Okay, yeah.
It was March 2nd, by the way. March 2nd.
Oh, it's March 2nd.
1939.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, how old was he when he was elected? He was born in 1876?
So by the time that the Americans enter into the war, which is December 7th, right? Well, the attack of Pearl Harbor, the declaration of war comes right close after there. We see Uranus right here, retrograde, 27 degrees. That's what we just went through, right? We've been through that. We're going to see that again this year. If you just go in the months prior, there's a Uranus in Gemini, retrograde, 0 degree. That's where we'll be in July with Uranus in Gemini. So this Pope comes in at a time of Hitler invading Poland, Hitler invading France, and makes an alliance. So, you know, you could look at it as like, this Pope's going to, like, whoever this Pope is going to be friendly with Russia. But to me, it's kind of interesting because it's the Pope that comes in the same Uranus, Taurus to Gemini. And the one thing we can say is it is Italy on both popes in 1934 and in 1939. Italian popes. So even though the American one has a chart that looks like it, it might not be that. It'll probably be the Italian one, and it'll probably be the Secretary of Cardinals, right? Or whatever, the Secretary of C or whatever.
This guy was 63 when he became Pope, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that guy is, you know.
Sorry, I was actually looking for the list of potential popes again. And I spelled it wrong, but hopefully it'll come up. I was wondering who the Italian is. I love how You had said, oh, I'm getting an advertisement. We don't want that. You had said people could look and see who they think the Pope is going to be, right? Looking at charts in the way that you did. Hopefully people will still do that in the comments, and I would love to see what people think. I want to see everybody's astrology and how they're calculating astrology themselves, and give us your best guess. But now I'm dying to look at other Italian candidates, so I'll have to go do that on my own too.
Newly discovered letters in the Vatican archive show Pope Pius XII was aware of Nazi atrocities against Jews and Poles, specifically the mass gassings at Belzec as early as 1942. This information contradicts the Vatican's earlier stance that the information it received about the Holocaust was vague and unverified.
Yep.
So, right, the letter dated December 14th, 1942 included specific information about the camp and the number of victims being killed in SS furnaces. The letter was found in Pope Pius XII's personal papers, indicating he likely received and read it. This information suggests that the Vatican had detailed knowledge of the Holocaust earlier than previously believed.
And look, it was written by a Jesuit priest.
Right. Ooh, a German president priest.
See, the Vatican has its agents in there, and they know everything.
The discovery undermines the Holy See's argument that it wouldn't verify diplomatic reports of Nazi atrocities to denounce them. It raises questions about the Pope's silence on the Holocaust and his response to the growing evidence of Nazi persecution. The letter provides new insights into the Catholic Church knowledge in response to the Holocaust. Right? And then when you do Pope Hitler, Pope Hitler pictures. Oh. Oh no, Hitler's Pope.
What does that say? At Vatican to reveal scale
Of Nazi era cooperation.
And when did that get revealed? 2019, and then suddenly.
Well, the
We were in
future
a whole
says
other
like when
world.
Candace Owens.
What? What did you?
I said the future says when Candace Owens and her letters to the fucking, and all of the Catholic right wingers that are pushing the Nazi agenda right now are meeting with the new Pope and taking pictures and holding binders saying confident or unredacted Epstein files, that there is nothing in there. You watch every right-wing conservative, whoever's the new pope, they're going to do a whole go there and take pictures with the pope. And that's when you know.
I hope not. And I also hope.
And you're going to see Candace Owens front and center, right in the middle. Now, she won't address any of this shit, being a Catholic.
Yeah, that's what I don't
That
understand.
makes no sense to me.
I don't understand. And I don't think I don't know what recently has happened, but I know a lot of people, obviously, are upset by what's happening between Israel and Gaza, right? That whole situation. But then some people are going the extra mile of being anti-Semitic.
Right.
And that's the scary part under this astrology. And I'm not on TikTok, I am, but I don't really pay attention to it. So I haven't seen all the anti-Semitism like you're talking about, and it's not even that, it's just marking out people as Jewish and showing how they're connected, right? And that's just a very dangerous thing in this particular astrology.
It was not just Jewish people, but the people that they rounded up were not just Jews, but it was astrologers, and of course it was the Gentiles too. It was the Jews, the astrologers, the Gentiles. And what has the attacks been against. So I could go to Matt Walsh, who's a Catholic, right? And all of them, it's so crazy. Like, and astrology, or all of them coming out against astrology. Like, you know, like comes out against astrology, right? Like, it was like a video that was done that I commented on. God, when was that thing? It was like a year ago. It was like Matt Walsh, like astrology, like. So look at, this is what they've done in the last week. They've taken the Katy Perry story, how she was up in space for the Blue Orbit mission, and how she said it's like divine feminine, and they're saying, oh, she's claiming astronomy's astrology now. Okay? Then a warning about astrology, right? It's all these warnings, right? Like Catholics coming out about astrology. He did a whole video about it. Like, I don't even know why it's not showing up. Right? So, I mean, that's the thing, is like, you know, Catholics against astrologer. Like, it's like so many, like the people attacking astrologers the hardest right now are the Catholics. And then they're attacking the Jews the most. So it's the same thing happening all over again. Even Doreen Virtue now is Christian and telling everybody that bought her cards are going to hell. And that bandwagon now has, unfortunately, over the events I've seen over the last couple of weeks, it's left the building, it's left the train, like, you know. And then now everybody hates Jordan Peterson for calling it out. And so if you go on X today and type in Jordan Peterson, every single person hates him in the right-wing movement because he called it out. Like, and I'm like, actually, he's saying what's the truth. Like, it's not like, you know, like I can't even, you know, I used to really like Jordan Peterson. I'm a middle-aged man who watched him, has been abused by young boys for the sin of masculinity, and he stood as a defendant of those innocent. Now he's sold out as a defender of genocide. How far he's fallen. When it's like, he's not even talking about that. What he's talking about is in the right wing, when you see it in the history and the psychology and the psychotics that are not right wing, but seeing a populist movement, putting on the fake Christ is king aspect and then using it for their own gain to push their own agendas that are psychotic with no empathy of people and all that, because they're calling for genocide of the Jews. He's not talking about that other side. Right? So they're all, look at this. Jordan Peterson is a pathetic Zionist clown who made tons of money pretending to be a free speech advocate. This is where we're at right now. He's been attacked for everything. Right. So now he is literally like full blown now looked at as that. Right? This is Canadian Jordan Peterson. So now it's because he's Canadian. And I don't stand behind this shit, because what he said is exactly what he was saying 15 years ago into classrooms about what happened in the extreme right-wing movements of these groups of people that come in, and when they get their control and win, and they go full authoritarian and they go full Christian nationalist, and then they fucking make everything about that. I mean, that's what he's calling out. It's like, it's not even about the Jews or what's happening in Palestine. It's about the Christian movement and how it's being captured and used to do atrocities, which if you look at the history and you see what it's doing. Well, and let's not forget, it's the Christian nationalists who went and killed the Jews. That's what's the weirder part. He's predicting the Christian nations to kill and do a genocide. He's not trying to defend about the genocide that's happened in Gaza. And maybe he might be defending that in some way. I don't know. But the main point is the genocide that's going to be bigger comes that way with the Christians.
Yes. But I was going to say the other thing is that if you look at the case of Nazi Germany, they rose and things became gradually more, fascistic, whatever you would say. But they came about right after the Weimar Republic, which was the most
left-leaning liberal.
Right? Constitution.
Trans was actually a thing then.
Yeah. So we're playing that out of
spending
going
all the
from
money
one side to the next, and it's difficult. It's horrible seeing. First of all, people can be aware of history, right? We can be aware these things can happen, and you can decide one side is so right that one day you're being attacked, and the next day you will jump on a train and just start attacking people back. That's the thing where you can't. Right now, there is no restraint. Where people are just in the public, people in media or on X, just pull back. Like, why do you have to take a side and start attacking people?
I know,
because
wild.
It just comes back around to every person. One time they're the one that's being canceled, and then a year later they're canceling people. So, and it's not called canceling anymore, I'm sure, but I was really hoping that we'd see a shift in the American administration, the election would be done, and maybe we could people could learn, maybe we shouldn't just obsess about who's the president. Maybe we should go make change in our own towns and states and whatever else. But no, we're jumping now on the totalitarianism train or whatever it is. So,
well, it starts from a Christian nationalistic point of view, unfortunately. And the reason why I love this show with you the most of all the shows, I'm sorry, Natalie, I love full disclosure just as much. But the reason why, I have them for both reasons, I love them. But this one I love because it's tethered to history. And so where Jordan Peterson's coming from is a psychological viewpoint of what the people, society, and the individuals that went into the Christian nationalistic right-wing Nazi party that took over after the same exact situations that just happened after the Biden administration and Kamala Harris and all the woke left. And you and I said this stuff years ago, that this is exactly what happened then. So all the situations we saw over the last couple of years that the election was about was not new. It was history repeating itself. It wasn't crazy to me. It was like...
And it would have continued to play out in a similar way because of how Kamala was getting into the office herself, like how she became the presidential candidate. This was also a
issue with her.
1930s kind of way to gain power of the party deciding who was going to be the nominee and then making an end run around all the democratic process.
Right.
And it was all okay because, this is the right person. And I don't even remember what I was watching lately, but I just had this idea of, we're in an age for some reason where we can all see the evil of empires. And I guess I'm thinking about this because I've been teaching about the absolute worst stages of the British Empire recently and the ways that they came in and took over in India and justifying all sorts of really awful behavior, massacring people, and then just justifying it because, those people, they needed to be developed, they needed to, this is good for the economy, whatever it is. At the time, those people thought their empire was the greatest, that they thought they were doing good. Every empire, every government, when it goes off the rails, thinks they're doing good. And I think some people, and we've got this situation in our country where on each side, they think the other side is the wrong one, right? And but if we could take over and our empire will be benevolent and good, that's what we've got on both sides. But the idea is, maybe the idea of the empire is flawed. Like, do we need to have the central government with that much control, where we have to have one man sitting at his desk signing executive orders to change things? Where did we get to that place as humanity where that's what we think moves history forward? It's it's dangerous to think that way, whoever the president or leader is, or pope.
I mean, yeah, I think that goes into like really deep parts of how we are as society. And if you just follow, whether it's going to war, there's going to be a general that makes the choice and gets everybody to go, right? There's always going to be, they teach you that in the military, right? There's hierarchies and all. That's where people don't forget about Jordan Peterson, and he's the one who brought to light the studies about lobsters and the hierarchy system and how they do, if you believe in Darwinism, that there is a connection from the sea to humans eventually over long periods of time, but that they are one of the species that have the same parts of our brain with serotonin. And so it's the lobster syndrome, right? If you're a lobster and once you've gotten older and you can't climb up anymore, you get depressed. Like lobsters get depressed and then they die basically from that. But like SSRIs work on lobsters to make them feel better and pump themselves up because they fight too. And they have to pump themselves up and they have to feel good about themselves and they have to accomplish things in order and there's a lobster syndrome. Oh, you're getting out? If there's not serotonin, it feels better to just take somebody down with you. Right? So that's what happens with people who are depressed is they try to take everybody down with them. Like, I don't want to be around you. I hate you. I'm upset. My life sucks. Right? Mm-hmm. But it's about the hierarchy system in lobsters the same way in humans. It's serotonin. Everybody's depressed because 57% of Gen Zs want to be influencers. That's the job they want to be. Right? So Trump's trying to bring all of everybody to make America great again by every factory coming back here. Who's going to fill those jobs? Obviously, it's robots.
The old lobsters. Okay. The old lobsters.
Well, yeah, the old lobsters. But if you go back to Jordan Peterson's work on that about why everybody is depressed, it's because they're trying to reach for things that they haven't seen that accomplishment in, or they get an SSRI to pull them out, and it's really a serotonin issue. And serotonin actually is ruled by Capricorn because serotonin's connected to a reward system like dopamine, but dopamine's like a quick reward system. Serotonin is a Capricorn one because it's like, I achieved something. So there's that rush of happiness because it's like, I did the work, I achieved something, and I'm being recognized for it. There's a recognition element to it. Depression's where I want to clam up by myself. I don't want to be seen. It's very Cancer and crab. Lobster, right? So that's what's weird about crabs is they actually live in a hierarchy system, and we do too. So I think that's the hard part is that there's always going to be somebody, and even when you say there's a group, let's say a group of 10 people on a panel or a House of Representatives full of 400 and however many Congress people or 100 senators, there's going to be people who become the Senate majority leader and the Senate minority leader, or there's going to be somebody who's going to take power over the other people within, right? So I think it's more about understanding the historical trends, and where astrology kicks butt with the history is it wasn't hard for years that you and I have done this show, and even before you and I started doing the show, me saying, this Uranus Taurus, we're about to see the whole Nazi thing come back up, and we'll see which side it is. And then it was playing out crazy in the Biden administration, and it just piggybacked and jumped and just continued through the Trump administration now. So it's not just Trump, it's been happening throughout both. Because at first it was Hitler forcing vaccinations on tuberculosis. And that's what Biden did with forcing COVID vaxes, right? And then creating this whole idea of like, oh, we need to make businesses better. So the whole idea of like, you need to have a mask, 6 feet apart, do all that. That is the same way that Germany said every business needs to look this way. They need to have tulips and all this stuff in the front. It needs to be this way. If you're not, then you can't do business. And then starts making women do this and men do this. And right, and then Trump's the one who does the more power play of like, no, men are men and women are women, and women are going to get paid to have babies, and they need to have a lot of babies, and they need to be American babies. He's trying to get rid of birthright citizenship unless you're natively born here already, right? It's so Aryan idea, right?
Meanwhile, wanting Greenland, taking over Greenland because we're going to have all these babies or whatever. I'm just saying that.
What's weird though in the history is that Hitler's plan actually did less amount of babies born in his time as the Fuhrer, the chancellor, than prior when it was the rates were declining. So it actually failed. Right? So that's the weirder part. Is like right now we're in America in a huge crisis for fertility. They were in a crisis for fertility then, but it actually is worse, the idea of incentivizing and doing the medals and then making it all based off, this kind of central nationalist point of view of how it's done. It doesn't work. Because then it puts more pressure, because now every woman's looking at, well, I need to have another baby, and they're not thinking of all the stuff that women go through, postpartum, all that stuff. And then all the men in society aren't supposed to be in the kitchen, and only the women are supposed to be in the kitchen, but really it's the men need to be working. And then if you want to go deep down the biggest rabbit hole, and the oldest of traditions that go into sacrifices, because we're in the time where Eris Return is the time where the Aztecs were sacrificing humans and all that, but like in the old days of sacrificing lambs and stuff, but it's also women and children. So you think of the Gaza thing, right? But men are supposed to only be sacrificed during war, right? But America did that to Afghanistan and Iraq with over 1 million civilians, women and children. And we know, no, I'm surprised that the Free Gaza people don't talk about that. Like, why aren't you talking about all the Afghanistan people and all the Iraqi people that literally 1 million civilians were killed by America? And the UK helped, and the Allied forces, right? Nobody's talking about that. I mean,
we're sitting here talking about the Pope. We're worried about the Pope, what he looks like in his casket. I mean, that's somebody who will remain nameless had to send me the pictures of the Pope in the casket.
That's the distractions, though, of what's happening, of the combos that you and I are having with cardinals and with especially other bishops trying to jockey for positions to be a cardinal to get a chance to be Pope one day, too.
Right.
Right? So if you're the dice of the bishops, you know that every bishop has like an extra love for you, because if you become Pope, then if you're the one who's able to convince this cardinal and this cardinal to vote for you, you're going to become a cardinal. So that's why that American, I'm not throwing out of the ring right away, because if you think about it, he's got all the bishops on his side, because they all want a jockey position up. So like the media throws up a picture of, Francis passed away in the open casket, and everybody's talking about that, but nobody's talking about that the biggest conversations in the world are happening right now before the conclave. Yeah. And then you're looking at the history of it, and then the history of where we're at with this Uranus transit coming into Gemini, mixed with Civil War, mixed with Revolutionary War, mixed with the schism of the church from Henry VIII, mixed with this shift in Pope in 1534 and the creation of the Jesuit order, and the first Jesuit Pope just died. It's not a coincidence. And then the same day he dies is Trump saying that we're going to do exactly what Hitler did with kids. I mean, I'm like, for me, that's too much. And I'm somebody who voted for Trump, but I don't agree with any of that shit. And I think I had a conversation with somebody today who's very spiritual, who it's like, the new courage is going to be who can speak truth, because all I see is parrots right now. And that's all you see in reading the propaganda of the Nazi party, was everybody just became a parrot. Nobody dare say anything different than what Hitler was preaching through Mein Kampf or what Goebbels or any of them were pushing. Because if you did, then you're not in the party anymore. And then, oh shit, there's like a kind of fear factor. I don't think we're at that moment yet, but we're at that moment where it's like, you're not in yet or something. And everybody's jockeying to be in some stupid fucking thing right now that like Trump doesn't give a fuck about any of those people that are doing all this like stuff. Like,
Well, he knows how to work with that quality of human nature too.
yeah.
He knows that we're going to people are going to want to run and defend something or freak out about it, and then he'll be busily doing what he wants to do, like a good politician, like a good Machiavellian, where Machiavelli was writing at the same time in the same astrology.
Right.
So,
I mean, my other concern isn't just like how I said it could be like China or Iran, but he is somebody who follows where the people start screaming, and all you see on the internet from the left and the right, what they're agreeing on is we don't want Jews anymore. That it was just the left. Now it's turned to the right. And now you have both of them in agreement.
that's interesting.
Right? And that's exactly what happened. Weimar Republic, right before, when Hitler was vice chancellor and before he pulled the fucking stunts that he did to become the chancellor, both sides of all of it, old Weimar, old guard, fucking the old wearing Kaiser people started to believe the stuff that was being spread since 1925 when he was in prison writing Mein Kampf, and it coming out and it spreading, and then everybody started talking about it, and then you start seeing the Nazi party talking about it, and they lose the elections, but they're getting higher up the list of the 20 parties, right? And then you finally get to the moment in 1933 when he's in there and everybody doesn't even flinch. So my worry is in the months ahead, it's just like, you know what? Everybody, we're going to just blow up fucking Israel now. And I have this great Gaza plan, and we're going to do the Gaza plan, and we're going to just get rid of the Jews. And that's straight up going to be where you see both sides arguing. Every Free Palestine person will be like, okay, great. And every right winger will be like, oh, great. Yeah, because I believe in that now too. Instead, this is about being spiritual, where it's not about killing, war, or any of this stuff, and going against any people. And this is exactly the dark's biggest plan of how to do it. And it's festering in the right wing now. And now Jordan Peterson calls it out, and people fucking flip the fuck out and think that he's supporting genocide. It's if anything, what he's trying to do is stop it from getting any farther into actually joining a group of people now, which is like the largest religion in the world, which has the hardest thing to defend, Iraq war, the Holocaust. It was under the guise of Jesus. So, and supporting the Jews to kill everybody in Gaza too, with the weapons. So if you think about it, it's all of it.
I was just going to say, and meanwhile, Jesus was a Jew.
Right.
So, anyway, I just wanted to point out the obvious.
If anything, maybe the way that I look at the Bible, right, the Old Testament, the New Testament, it's just like the Zionist culture and the Vatican are one book playing the story.
Yeah.
That there's always two hands, not one.
Yep.
Right? It's just like how there's two hands in the Muslim tradition. There's always two hands in the communist traditions, right? That they're inescapable. They both need each other, and they both do things to each other's people that make it look like it's different when it really is the same thing.
And at a time when we should see that, and it's funny because I watched some of the hearings about the JFK files, right? They had Oliver Stone come in and a couple of other people, and
Oh, right.
and they questioned them, right? And I'm watching how contrived one side's questions were about trying to tie everything that was in the, like somehow not talk about the files, but use the files to talk about current political situations. But if you look at those files, you see the way this has been happening for years and years and years of, like all of the stuff with Oswald and Cuba, and making and kind of raising problems in one area to cover up other things that were happening. It's just, anyway, I don't remember what you said. I don't know why that even came up. I just forgot my train of thought. I'm sorry.
No,
But it's,
you're good.
I've been getting all these texts, so and it's because there's a group chat going on and people are sharing photos from my son's concert that just happened.
Oh.
But yeah, I feel like it's always people getting caught up in something and not even seeing the ways in which being caught up in it, like it's always the red herring. That's the word I'm looking for. That's just built into the way the government or whoever works, whoever wants to maintain control. That's, you were talking about the two hands clap. It takes two hands to clap.
Right.
Each side is doing something that benefits the other. And we can see it all in those files. Like people said, oh, there's nothing in there. There's no smoking gun, right? But you can see the tactics of the CIA or however everything was working, or the FBI, the whole time. They're working to make it look like one thing's happening to further another agenda. So I don't know why we suddenly think everything should be straightforward and not, I mean, we don't, but the way people act about and react to every issue is as if there's a clear good and a clear bad. And we're all like, you're going to have to take one side, and that means you're fighting for justice, and the other side is not.
Yeah, or I would say there's a really weird way to help people in today's world understand it, which would be in 1920s, it was the Roaring '20s. So you see a lot of the first films, you see single people being revealed in beauty, and you see women dancing, and you see men having a good time and drinking, and you see the stock market, and you just see people being free. And then the Great Depression hits, and then you get somebody like Hitler that comes up. And so if you were to take that in today's world, and if you look at any right-wing influencer and you look at their Instagram, you're now in a place where people are feeling anxiety that they're alone, and it's just pictures of themselves, where that was cool for the last 15 years. Because in Nazi Germany, this was the sign that you were a good human being. If you were a picture alone by yourself as a woman or a man, you were not following the way to live. That everybody started posting the pictures everywhere with their kids and having to show it. And even Hitler and everybody always had to show, I have just my kids, and everybody showed it. It wasn't, this is after the Roaring '20s. Right? They have like this whole crazy thing where it's like the harsh Nazi parenting guideline, right? Like how you have to raise the kids, but use them as pawns to show you in society that you are towing the line of the party. Because it kind of reminds me of like how English kings would freak out if they didn't have a male heir, or even kids to move it on. It's the same idea with this whole idea of creating a race of people, right? Whether you want to call that the Aryan race or not, it's a race of Americans, a race of Nazis, a race of people that are just going to be holding these value systems. And so it's like, women who can't conceive or anything, that puts anxiety. A man who can't do that, but then they kind of fall away. So it's not based off, it's the new DEI is, are you married with kids? And, that's the new resume. That's what becomes the new resume in the fascist kind of system. And that's what you're seeing right now is you're seeing that there in the teachings Children need sensitive physical and emotional contact to build attachments and thrive, and that's actually still true today. But he viewed children, especially babies, as nuances whose wills needed to be broken. The child is to be fed, bathed, and dried off. Apart from that, left completely alone. She recommended that children be isolated for 24 hours after birth instead of using insipid, distorted children's language. The mother should speak to her child only in sensible German, and if the child cries, let them cry.
No wonder it's going to be a lot louder. You talked about how loud it's going to be now.
Right? But like, this is the new Instagram, not that, but you know, like, you've got to show allegiance through your, right here. And how ironic, we have the eagle as well, right? So these become the new ways that it's got to look like.
So it's all about the people, like the folk.
Correct, which actually is socialist. So it's the fact that we're incentivizing to have kids and all that is very socialist.
Right.
It's not conservative. It's not conservative.
You're going to be paying women to stay home. To have
Correct.
Like,
it's socialism.
Taking care of them.
It's socialism.
Right. Of course, there's this idea that, oh, well, everybody can just afford to have a parent stay home and just crank out babies.
Right. And so that's where it becomes like the husband is, here's a good example, like the husband's in the background. He's out at the war fighting with the eagle while the mom is at home watching the kids and farming. Right? And your young son better be in an SS school learning how to be the Hitler Youth. And then right here, Frauen, you know, Adolf Hitler, we have 2 kids. We're on our way for 2 more. You know what I mean? Like, yay. Right? And then women, you've got to be in a nursing role and position, because that's what happens is the war comes and then, oh, we had you all home to look after kids, but now you got to look after all your husbands who come in and all the husbands of others that are part of this whole thing. And so it's all, this is what you're seeing in the trad wife movement and you're seeing in the right-wing movement now on all of those accounts. All of them. They might not have big, you know, Pfeffenheitchen, you know, German. But let's not forget, after Operation Paperclip, all the Nazis ended up here and helped us build the bomb. So who's not to say that that's not what infiltrated the government and created these black ops and created all these secret systems that are in our government that we're fighting up against and that are propping up who's fucking in control.
But the thing is that, you know, today we'll look at these pictures, right, and think, yeah, well, that's the Nazis because it's white and Aryan and they're showing this particular family. Like, we won't see it like this, right? We'll see it as glamorizing all sorts of types of families. You know what I mean? But it's that you have the correct values and you're family oriented and you're out there being healthy and you're working for your nation, because all these pictures are showing people actively working for the nation. They're not privately somewhere enjoying each other's company. You're not just hanging out with friends because you enjoy them and
right.
You have time because AI is doing all the work. You're hanging out with your friends because it's a national movement. That's the part that freaks me out. Like I love this, like that people would be wanting to have kids or
yes,
hang
of course.
out with their friends and
it's
have
just
clubs and all of that.
But it's the subliminal messaging that's happened over since COVID, right? The number one thing anybody on the right went, I'm moving to the middle of nowhere to farm my own food, to have my kids, and then follow the movement and do that. And I'm going to get out of the cities because it's full of crazy people that's being funded by George Soros, and all the story was used the whole time.
But then meanwhile, what is the other side doing? I'm going to go live in a 15-minute city.
Correct. I know.
And I'm going to have
They don't
my
give you a
child-
good choice.
I'm going to give you, like, my child will be
Yeah.
there with all this diversity, and they won't be judging people. And,
Right.
And we'll be an ideal family, right? And nobody's going to be telling my child to dress in a certain way because of their gender.
Right.
They're going to be free to explore whoever they are. But that's the Bible on that side.
Right. But to me, that is what you see in the right-wing movement right now, everywhere. And that's the dream of the right-wing movement, everywhere. Anybody that's MAGA, that I just want to be with my kids, create kids, I want to go build, and that's what they sell you. But then, no, you got to go to war. And women, you're not allowed to really go out and do anything.
Well, they're supposed to be having kids. So when their husbands are on leave, they're making babies. And they're shining up
Right,
their
but that's
medals.
also the same message that was used during World War II here. The women stayed home, the men all got drafted, and then the women ended up at the factories to make the bullets and to do everything and become nurses and do all.
Well,
So
but that was
the
our
irony
side,
was
yeah.
Nazi Germany and America had more in common in how they were living during the war than any other country, because London was being bombed, right? So that was similar but different, and there was not any time to propagate how to live. It was air raids just to survive, right? But in America, there was propaganda that Walt Disney became the head propagandist to help. That's where Uncle Sam came out. That's where all of it comes, and it was all very similar. So, that's where it gets really, that's why, this Uranus, I think, curveball is not that big of a curveball if you've been witnessing it. For me, it was like, well, of course, I'm going to choose the side where I have the freedom to talk, like right now, to say what I am, because the freedom to talk over the last 4 years was not free. And the forcing of, like, one of the things that was weird was I was like, okay, Biden's the one forcing the shots. Okay. So obviously now it makes more sense that it's like the left hand did the part that makes people go to the right, but now the right hand part's like throwing this end of it. I'm the kind of person where it's like, I can have a choice to, in that weird right wing part, not do that and say things, although as an astrologer, it doesn't go too well. But the left also kind of went so far to where people were living in hellhole world, but they weren't killing other people. But Weimar Republic was not a nice place to live. So I felt like I'd rather have choices. But I'm at that place where officially it's like, unless that president of ours doesn't fucking start turning the other direction, as an astrologer, this is going to turn out the worst situation in all history.
We looked at his chart, though, before Donald Trump, and I remember us talking about, because I asked you, is he the next Hitler based on his chart? And you said he wasn't, I think. But I don't know. But it's the time. But you know what the thing is, that it's the time.
Because I don't think he's going to be around to push it. I think he's set it all up now.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to be weird is like with, right, like Chamberlain before, like in trying to negotiate, and that's what you're seeing now. It feels like a very Chamberlain moment, Trump. It's setting up the things. And so,
Peace in our time.
and really it's kind of odd that it was JD Vance which, my prediction has been that the whole election was to get JD Vance in by the spring of 2025. Which I'm not somebody who, followed the Project 2025 thing or anything like that. But if it's Project 2025, that idea of that would mean that you would want to install your person in 2025. Now you would think, oh, that's Trump, but it's like, no. Why is he rushing to do everything so fast and get to this place? And now it kind of feels like Neptune at 0 Aries, like off a cliff. Like, where's it going? Because You're watching the next president walk around, and he's in India right now. He was the last one to see the Pope. He's the one negotiating with Rubio, the whole Ukraine-Russia deal. So where's Trump? So, but that's what's going to be it's already happening, but people are going to realize that, like, if you're going to show your face in Neptune Aries, and especially Uranus Gemini, and just be about your own beauty or show your old 1920s pictures, nobody's going to respond. Or if you're a male and you're doing that, nobody's going to care that you're a model. Because the astrology goes to this as Uranus heads towards Cancer. It's cool. It's no more. Uranus and Aries and square Pluto and Capricorn was the transit that's very similar to the Pluto Cancer Uranus Aries transit of the 20s. That literally was this whole independent. I'm going to go be rich, and I'm going to go be a model, and I'm going to wear my pearls, and I'm going to get drunk, and I'm going to smoke a little reefer and have reefer madness moments. I've been saying this for years. Now we're out of that. That's not cool anymore. That's what's going to be, whether Trump's in there or not, or whatever's happening, the world's going that direction, the way that is going to look. Jupiter coming into Cancer, all that. So it's just scary that it's the same shit that happened the last time Uranus was here. So, of course, I'm never going to change who I am. I'm not somebody who just hopes for the best. The rate it's going right now, it's going down. Like, after this week, the Pope dying, and then watching the response and what came out, that's when I just went, okay, done. Not supporting or putting anything out there. I'm back to my middle road as normal, and gonna call things out as I always do. I will always call things out. I will never just sit by and just watch something and be like, oh, well, I guess I'll go along with this. That's not who I am. Never will be. And I have a copy of Mein Kampf, and I read it, and the last part I'll say is this whole media thing. That's exactly the whole thing, right? But the problem is the media actually did fuck up, and so it makes it even easier to use the media as the problem. The same way that Hitler did. So, and controlling the media, which the right wing controls now fully. Even though you think, the mainstream media, and it's owned by only 5 people, and it's like, there's nobody watching it. Hollywood's dead. Like, same thing happened in the 1930s. Hollywood died during the Great Depression. It just died.
Well, there was the Wizard of Oz.
I mean, yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, it just died, right? The revival came after the World War, too. But that's what's wild to me is, like, even Disney had to, make propaganda for the country. And so that's where it gets like, oh God, no, if you look at the views, Joe Rogan was a great example, but I think Joe Rogan's not part of this. I think he's smart, and that's why he had Jordan Peterson on, to let him speak, right? I align more with like a Joe Rogan outlook on things. But it's scary because if you look at the numbers, there's no Nielsen ratings anymore for the internet. But if you look at all the podcasts, you look at all the YouTube, it's all right wing. I mean, it's like the graph is insane. Like, the only thing the left has left is Blue Sky. And CNN, which has like 300,000, 200,000 people watching. That's it. Everything else is, the other way. So, and that's where, who's the Joseph Goebbels that's behind the scenes pushing it all, and then because what you saw just recently, like with the Jordan Peterson, every account now just fuck Jordan Peterson.
Right.
Right, like that quick. Did you listen to the whole thing? Did you go back and look at the history? Are you calling out what's happening too? So yeah, and it's not to discredit other people's feelings of what they've had coming into all this, but it's to remind them that this is where you have to have that inner understanding of like, yo, this is not like, this is territory that has been crossed before and it never works. And we're at the line, meaning that people are crossing it right now. I'm watching people jump over the fence. I'm going, I wouldn't, it's a great escape moment. Like, sorry, the Germans are going to catch you.
No, but the end of that movie didn't go well. So
No, it didn't. They
that-
all didn't make it except for, I think one or Hans or whatever his name. Yeah, a couple of the British guys made it, but Steve McQueen and his buddy didn't make it. And
Well, he couldn't take it
the one American pilot made it, who was, or no, he was a British pilot, the brunette guy, Steve McQueen didn't though. He got caught on his motorcycle in the fucking hills of
Yes,
Germany,
he did.
and he got caught up
American
into
on
the
his
barbed
motorcycle
wire.
can't
Yeah,
make it.
yeah, he got caught in the barbed wire and got to go back to the cooler. And that's I'm watching every right wing influencer and all these people on X and all these people on Instagram. I'm just watching them starting to jump over the fence and think they're Steve McQueen right now. And really, it's more the opposite. You're not Steve McQueen. You're fucking literally jumping like Joseph Goebbels, like, you know.
Stop jumping, people. I mean, I just keep thinking maybe it's time to hit the Oregon Trail,
Yeah.
right?
But there's nowhere to go anymore. That's where Pluto and Aquarius, because we're aware of it now, there's a boundary. You can't. There's nowhere on Earth to go. This is the first time that we can't be pilgrims anymore and leave England from King James. We can't leave the Civil War like my grandparents did, right? And say fuck this and go west on the wagons. We can't go anywhere. There's nowhere to go. Nobody can go anywhere. You can't go hide in fucking Bali because it's all Muslim now, and you can't. If you're not married, you can't even have sex in Bali. Let alone all of Indonesia has Muslim police everywhere, right? So like you can't go there. You can't go into the reason why it's not going to be a Filipino is because the fact that all of Southeast Asia has been taken over by the Chinese, and they don't. That whole entire population is not Christian, right? They're all under communism. There is no religion. But if they do follow religion, it's Chinese astrology. So they follow the Chinese New Year. They ain't going to be following the new Pope, right? And it's taken over the South Pacific, but the whole entire region where China is and everything is, China's taken over. There's no way the Philippines is going to put, especially with Duarte as the president and advocates for killing people for doing drugs and shit. You really think that the Catholic Church is going to fucking put up a Filipino? No.
Well, I have my choice, and my computer just died.
What's your choice?
It was, let me go back on. It is Pietro Parolin.
A Capricorn?
He survived through all that Capricorn stuff. But he's also 1955.
Yeah, he is.
He is that Secretary of State. But he just doesn't look like a pope to me. He looks a little too...
I mean, him and RFK have the same birthday around there, January 17th. But again, RFK didn't win the presidency. He got the side job.
Well, maybe he should have been trying to be pope. He should have been a cardinal.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, he's on the cabinet, right? So he's on the cabinet.
Yeah, that's true.
So might not be him.
I don't remember what I was reading, but it looked like, I was like, okay, he seems a little Paul the Third-ish. I'm going to hope that as bad as it was, maybe we'll have more of a Reformation era and not the Nazi era.
That's the Uranus curveball.
So it'll be both.
Well, we've seen the Civil War already begin with states and everybody fucking picking their sides and having this separate, and now it's all getting intermixed where, you know, you have to be a copperhead Democrat, right? Like, you know, all that, right? So that's already happening. We're seeing the revolution as far as like, okay, you see Ukraine trying to say they're liberating themselves, right? And we're supporting that as if we're France. So we're now not trying to self-liberate ourselves because we've lived a whole Pluto cycle without a king. So now we're trying to help a country that's supposedly trying to free itself from Russia, right? But also at the same time in America, there was a revolution of getting back to the Constitution, being like, no, it's truly freedom of speech, and no, Second Amendment, like there shouldn't be a law by a state that's coming up to the Supreme Court of why do you have to go through your state to have a gun? You should be able to just conceal carry a gun without a permit or anything like that. That's the Constitution just says that every citizen should have the right to form a militia and right. So that, and I guarantee you that's going to win in the court. Neptune and Aries, everybody walked around with guns in the 1860s, and that's what the whole Wild West ended up being. So anybody thinking it's going to be opposite is crazy. That it's more spiritual to have your gun. That's going to be your angel on your side. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. It's going to be loud. Like gunshots will be a normal thing to hear like it was for every American throughout that time period. Normal. Cannons in the background. Like fireworks. America has heard more of that than what we've heard in this weird soft period, I'd call it. But that's where it's like, now we're waiting for that weird World War II Uranus, or the time prior to World War II, and you go the 80 years back to the Uranus the Neptune-Pluto conjunction in Gemini, and then even Uranus that came through there. And we still have not hit 8 degrees Gemini, and Neptune and Pluto have not met since the late 1800s. That's the longest transit. And so that happened in Gemini, and when Uranus crosses that, and everything that was instilled at that time period. So there is nobody going to save the day from the things that have been implemented from the 1870s and 80s. Like, not till Neptune Pluto meet again, which is a long time away. So, and it happened at 8 degrees of Gemini, and that's where Mars stationed direct on. That's where the last, all the Venus stuff and all the, and now Jupiter's here in Gemini, and this is Uranus about to come in, and there is no Sun Jupiter in Gemini this 12-year cycle. You have to wait another 12 years. So it's going to amplify this whole, that's going to be what makes people reach critical mass. And then Saturn coming in Aries, and of course every pope that's been coming in has been about this Saturn Aries thing that's part of this transit too. So I don't know what else to say.
It has all been said.
I just pray that people aren't afraid to speak truth when it's historically there. What is it? I want to ask you that. Just my final question to you, Ann, is like, what do you feel as a historian when you see people repeating history?
Now that I know all of the astrology, right? I don't know all of it. Now that I'm aware of these astrological patterns, when I'm looking at history myself, I will always think, oh, that was happening during the Reformation, Renaissance times, whatever it was happening. This person was this Pluto generation, whatever it is. And you just see the same things happening over and over again, right?
Yeah.
So what's happened to me in this new world of my understanding is the more I see people making bad decisions, the more the less I believe humanity as a whole will be elevated and changed fully, that we will always, this is what we're meant to do on this planet, is interact with these things that are black and white, good and evil, whatever it is, that's part of what we're doing here. And that there will always be people making bad decisions and seeing proof that there is a better way to behave, but still deciding they want to take serotonin or whatever and be a lobster, and they want to hulk it out of the lobster bin and be 69 years old, but still in control or whatever it is.
Maybe it's Cialis for them, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to exist. So it renews my faith in what I believe and what I know, and that the people I look for as those who I want to hang out with and have community with are the people who are in their truth. Because that's the thing that you see over and over again, that society is always going to do what it's going to do.
Yeah.
But then there will always be the people who go against it and do the right thing, turn the tide in some way, and it will turn around. So
Yeah, and maybe this is where the history does its, I wouldn't maybe call it a blip, but it's adjustment, or it repeats, but it throws a different course, meaning that for those that stand up, it's not that you're meeting the fate of death or a concentration camp or a black bag, but you get enough people in the collective to wake up, because I think that's kind of what this is, the shift with, is that all these times are happening at the same time. So it's not isolated to each one. And I was going to, in my Substack, make a joke, because I they say he is risen on Easter. But I think every Catholic man in his 60s and 70s says that every night when his Viagra kicks in. So,
wait a second. I
okay.
think the Catholic Church might be against Viagra.
Oh, they're taking that shit.
I mean,
they're chewing on
if
it.
you can't have birth control,
They're chewing on it.
you shouldn't also be able to have Viagra, right? That's medical intervention. God didn't intend that.
I don't think they're Christian Science. So I think the Catholic men would get this whole, because you see a lot of the trad thing comes from Catholic, and so the whole masculine thing actually is coming from the masculine, or from the Catholic Church people. But it's like, if you think about it, it's like it's the man's duty to be the man and be the provider and do all these things, and also to be able to still have babies and to consummate your wife, right? So guaranteed they're not just eating it, they're chewing it. Chewing the pill. So, when they say he is risen, that was the 366th time they said it in the year. You know what I mean?
That's the astrology for you, everyone.
Well, it's funny because actually Bill Maher had a funny joke last week about Easter, and he did let's see what the corporations say about the eggs. And it was, I've thought about that joke like a long time, but it was about Viagra and about at night instead of in the morning, because I'm an astrologer. But he had one where it's like, Cialis, he is risen. I was just like, that's exactly what I've thought, but I thought about it with Viagra and Catholic men being like, I'm masculine, but you see, I get ads all the time because I'm 40 now. It's like they make like off brands, but they make them like hymns or something, and it's like a piece of gum.
Huh.
I mean, I'm assuming, I've never done it. I just see the ads where it's like, before when you have your problem, you just take that piece of gum.
I don't know about
and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit going on? Like, there's dudes my age that can't get it up.
But what's the deal with the gum? Are you ready all the time then, or what's happening?
I have no idea.
What's the mechanics with that?
Or
does it just make it so now you've got the magical ability to,
I guess,
to perform when needed?
I mean, I don't want to end up like Lamar Odom. I don't know if you remember when he went out to Vegas and with the escort, and he went and ate all the crazy ginseng sex pills and all that, and had a fucking stroke. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to do that right now, but I think maybe, yeah, because there's probably men, and Viagra has been around, 20, 30 years now, and he's going to chew it probably on their teeth, and they're probably like, well, they probably make a gum. But the crazy part is that it was actually a top story today that actually men who've been putting the spray for their hair, for their bald spots, the FDA just came out and said that it's causing testicle pain. There was a bunch of crazy things, like really bad shit. So now that those companies are having to
But what's in there?
You can't even be around a woman because it affects their cycles and their ability to conceive a child. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And I've always thought, like, you really are going to put this weird chemical spray in your hair and you think it's going to grow back?
Okay, so it's the Rogaine. Is it Rogaine?
Yeah,
Is that it?
now it's
All right.
like-
I thought you meant just the color that.
No,
people put
no,
on to
like
make it
like
look
the
they have
newer
hair.
versions of Rogaine, and the pills too that guys can take.
Okay.
Which I've never taken any of that shit.
Me either.
But that blew my mind seeing that too. But that's what I think is sad is everybody's trying to like turn in now to like, I don't know, like it does remind me of propaganda the Nazis did, like trying to, I gotta look like a man more, or I gotta look like a trad wife more.
Well, in the 1870s,
You
you were
know,
talking about
like-
the 1870s was this movement called muscular Christianity.
What?
Right, yeah. And it was all about being a Christian and being fit. I was just teaching about it, and after the class, some students came up and want to do their, final project on that concept. And I was thinking as I was talking about it, I feel like I've seen this. I mean, like RFK Jr. is muscular Christianity right there, right? Like he's
Well, he left the Catholic Church, although he was Catholic.
yeah. Well, these weren't Catholics necessarily. It was just, Christians.
Right.
Just generic Christians. But still, I mean, they were probably Anglicans, probably Church of England, because it started in England. And
then what part of America did it end up in? The South?
no, the North, I think. I mean, anyway, there were lots of northern, what do you call it, like factories or people who were interested in creating healthy foods. And it was like the beginning of kind of a health food movement and living naturally. But I feel like that's always there, and there's always something. People will always be trying to look like they fit into one group or another. Don't you think?
I agree, but I think it gets to like, it reminds me of the Civil War. Like the South's reason for slavery was actually God, Christianity. It's not talked about enough, but like that's actually what all the letters and all Robert E. Lee and Jefferson Davis and all of them believed, that it was their God-given right, Christian God-given right, which Thomas Jefferson, even, who fought for religious freedom, and George Washington never wrote about Jesus. They said that even the national prayers, they thought it was a bad thing that they did. Even John Adams wrote it was the worst thing that he ever did, and so did Thomas Jefferson, right? That they thought that having a nationalistic Christian nation, because they didn't believe in it and it was never formed as one, would be the worst thing that would happen to America. But that's what the South turned it into. So and that's why they wore their red colors, and then that's where the red Masons were and all this stuff. And it really gets all weird because all the letters are like, no, God and the Israelites were allowed to were slaves or whatever. I don't know. It gets weird into all the Bible shit about slavery and how it's okay to have slaves, and they were using some Old Testament and some New, and that's where it gets really weird. And the Northerners were, middle of the line old Protestants that just didn't think that they should have slaves because of what God said. And so I think that there's people who are Christian that are good people that are not trying to go extreme, but they're being forced to the extreme the same way that in politics on the left and the right, they've been forced to go extreme. And that's what's happening right now is like, to me, what Pluto and Aquarius's best trait is don't do that. Like, the founders were not the main founders, not all of them. So there's a difference. I would call it the founders that did more than the Declaration of Independence, the ones that made it through the war all the way to the Constitutional Convention and into the new centralized, federalized constitutional government. Those ones were all the Masons, and those ones didn't believe in a Christian nation and never wrote about it and said that it was never supposed to be that and it was never that. And the problem is it's been trying to be forced down the throats of Americans for so many different time periods from the left and the right.
I think what's different though right now, and not to bring up a whole new topic, but what's different is when prayer in schools and a lot of this was really pushed before, was during the Cold War.
Right.
And the idea was what set America apart from communist regions was religion. And so it was almost patriotic at that time, I think, to be more Christian, because that was, okay, we're Americans, we have freedom of religion, we can be Christian, and it's not going
Because you
against our
can't
government.
everywhere else, yeah.
And in the rest of, in communist places, it was frowned upon. And so it was part of this larger belief system about the world. Now, what is it? What are we promoting by being super Christian and Catholic? I think it's different because it's not a world order. It's kind of people's perceived.
Well, right now, it's turning into, in 7 of the 8 Supreme Court cases in schools for parents and their rights as parents in schools, parents have always won. Pledge of Allegiance, they've won. They've won about the Bible in schools. They've won about even going and having the state tell them that they have to go to school and that they have to learn that way. And so the Supreme Court's about to decide on another one, and if it goes to the second of the 9 now that it will be lost, it'll be atrocious, because what's happening is this: they want the Bible in schools. They want the 10 Commandments up on the fucking schools, and that's what did Hitler do. It might be a little different, but it was like his doctrine of how to be a good German citizen mixed with Christian nationalism, mixed with the flag and patriotism.
I don't know.
And
why
that's
we always
where
have
it's
to go with
that's
that
where
extra thing.
it's going right now.
I feel like it's America. The idea is, if you want to have your commandments be the heart of your family,
Correct. It
Great.
stays at home.
right? But why do we go to that extra step of, no, everyone's going to follow these values? And that is exactly what our founding fathers were trying to fight against. And it's not just that it's religion, and they may have all been privately whatever religion they were.
Right.
But it was leaving space in the public sphere for everybody to be able to participate, and for you not to be excluded because you don't happen to believe the same thing.
Yeah. So that's where I think it's at right now, is this huge movement to force public schools to have that, which is exactly the reason why they're doing it, is because of the forcing of the trans in schools and the LGBTQ, right? So it's like they feel justified to do it, and it's kind of like well, you went that far, we're going to go this far.
That's the part that's
And
ridiculous.
And that's where we're at. And then on top of it, because if you look at everything that was happening on the left, it was communist. And so now everything on the right is going fascist. So neither are good. The only way that stops is, 1, you don't participate on the other side, and 2, you call it out when you see it, and you can't be afraid of I'm not afraid to get canceled again.
I know. How many times?
Right? Like now what? My whole audience is going to leave because, during the fucking crazy years, I fucking said that shit was crazy. And now in this time period, I'm saying what's crazy again. And you're just not happy because now I'm against the side that I was saying was right at the side. And now they're wrong. You can be right and then wrong. And so it's not that somebody can always be right,
And
in
that's
life.
what's wonderful about our country, is that we can still sit here and be critical of policies that we don't like, right?
Right.
So anyway, that seems like common sense to me, but it obviously isn't common sense.
Oh, and you know who was the biggest contributor in writing in the American founding history against Christian nationalism? Was the man who made common sense, Thomas Paine. That's the irony of the whole.
Well, there you go. Let's all
Right?
read common sense.
That he was not about it at all, because it wasn't even not about it. It just had to be clear. This is not about a Christian nation. And the fact that people believe that is wild, because it's been propagated through the big Christian churches going back in the 1800s, and it was from the Civil War in the South and the Reconstruction movement afterwards. And then even in the segregationalists. And so it was really more Democrat led. It then became very right wing with the Pat Robinsons and the big 700 club, and it connecting with realizing that they weren't going to work it through the Democrats anymore. So they went to the Republican Party and turned it into a Christian party. Let's not forget that the original Christian roots of the party always was Democrat, not Republican. The Republicans were always the old Whigs and the ones that were at the Mason lodges. So, that's what's scary to me, is that the right, just over the last Chiron return of America, has turned into Christian. Because if people were to do their Republican history, it wasn't about Christian values going back. So
It's about allowing you space so you can raise a Christian family if you want to.
correct. Not defining which religion to raise them by. So I would say, as a Republican, I don't recognize MAGA at the moment anymore as Republican, because it's adopted this fully, that it's not Republican. So, like, it crossed the line this last week for me. That was the line. That was my line. I'm like, once you do Hitler, the same thing. Like, somebody, or Trump's stupid, which I don't think he is, but he might be dumb. And somebody just is like, here you go. This sounds like a great idea. And he doesn't do any research on his own. That means he doesn't read. He doesn't know history. He doesn't know shit. I mean, they're like, medals and money. And it's so socialist. $5,000. That's it. $5,000. That's nothing to have a kid. The child credit, right, that you get tax-wise is like $2,100. Nothing. That is nothing. That is crap. So it's so socialist. It's Bernie Sanders style shit mixed with Hitler, of adding the then state medals that you get. It's fucking crazy. That's where you lose me. You lost me. You've lost me. That's why I do history, because it's like, I'm not about to go live in that world, and I will push up against it, and I will talk about it, and I will scream about it publicly. I'm on YouTube right now publicly saying it, and I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks. And if anybody wants to have a debate with me about it, they can do it all day, and they're going to have to answer to that. And I dare anybody out there following a right-wing thing right now being like, oh, that's great. Because it's crazy when you read the comments. That sounds so amazing. It's like millions of people like, yeah, Trump. I'm like, are you fucking okay? Like, you've already lost me. Like, just read the acts that Hitler did and start with that one. And name me another that's done that exact same thing in history. Nobody. Especially the amount of children. Then it's communist, because what did China do? Oh, first stop having kids. Everybody's having too many kids. Now they're like incentivizing you to have kids. So the communists do it, the socialists do it. It's communist and socialism, that idea of paying you to have kids.
Yeah.
Now a tax credit's a little different. But then, oh yeah, if you actually think about it, we never got rid of the Nazi tax system, of the idea of, if you're single and don't have kids, then you get taxed more. So anyway, I think that this Pope hopefully is not ready to go start World War III and back all these crazy, wild Christians that have lost control and are in the idea that they're going to reclaim the Holy Land, and that they are going to have some crazy, wild, like, return of Jesus, and it's going to be this perfect, like, God land of Jesus land, that they can do these crazy things all over again, and stomp out the movement of Enlightenment and all these things that happened at the end of the 1800s, and call everybody a Satanist that does astrology or anything that's opposite, or if they were ever lived in Hollywood or did entertainment, you're a compromise. Like, that's the problem. So, if I was Jewish, I'd be terrified right now. I couldn't imagine being a Jewish family right now in America, or even, and it's happening all over the country, the world right now, in the Western world. I couldn't even imagine it. And I couldn't also imagine being Palestinian too. Both. Both are getting fucked over. And what's scary is it actually is America that's feeding the weapons, right? So actually it's America doing it to the Palestinians, and then it's America feeding the anti-Semitism. It's fucking crazy. I'm like, this is a weird show. So, and then, it was the Nazi. I don't even want to get into that. They're the ones who had the UFO, the first UFO. They're the ones that were playing with the rockets. They're the ones that, and we took all that. And so all of our black ops systems is all that shit. And now, it's like, it's getting, we lost our way. It's like, people were so scared of Freemasons and thought that was Illuminati the whole time. And I'm laughing so hard now because it's quite the opposite. The real term Illuminati was against the Catholic Church. Because the Illuminati meant we're illuminated and we understand what the fuck's going on. And we're not going to follow that bullshit. And now to be Illuminati is like the real rebellion thing that you have to do. The real original version of it. But most people were too brainwashed, and now they're brainwashed, and the Illuminati is the big tent. As you proved too, with all the money, the families that are connected to the popes, just like monarchs, just like.
Meanwhile, one papal candidate, we can't tell even what his family background is.
No, we can't even tell.
So, makes you wonder about that too.
Yeah, so anyway, well, that was fun, Ann.
It was fun.
Fun to do astrology and history with the Pope.
I'm just gonna sit at the bottom of the barrel with the old lobsters.
No.
After all this, my depression has put me at the bottom of the lobster barrel. I'm not gonna forget that analogy for a while. I'm thinking of the poor lobsters at Red Lobster. There's always like floating, barely alive lobsters at the bottom of their tank. Have you ever been to a Red Lobster?
Yeah, of course. Well, they're out of business. They went bankrupt under Biden.
They?
Yeah. Nobody. Everybody was so depressed in Biden's America that even the lobsters got so depressed and they couldn't stay alive enough for Red Lobster to go out of business. So, and there was not enough SSRIs for them to keep them up.
But I'm joking. I'm not really depressed, and
I know you're not.
I feel like, to me, this is just more incentive. We took a little dip into the past, saw a little bit about what's going on. I literally never thought I'd look at an article here on Forbes and see about the $5,000 baby bonus for new mothers. A good idea. I never
go
thought I'd
down
see
because
that.
it talks about giving out medals.
I didn't see the medals on this one.
Well, Forbes obviously wanted to.
J.D. Vance at least said expansion to the child tax credit, and he would like to see that placed as $5,000 per child.
See, he's already said J.D. Vance knows his history. He's a double E like me. He's going, we are not going to go down that road.
And then Mike Johnson, well, that's a creative idea.
Oh God.
No, it's not.
Oh
it's
my
been done.
gosh.
It's not
It's
creative.
been done. It's been done. Type in Trump child medal.
No. Okay.
Trump may soon offer motherhood medal, an idea popularized and not right.
Okay, good. At least somebody is saying it.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
I'll be known as
The fertilization president, and that's okay.
Does he want to be?
I mean, is he going to pay all these people that do in vitro? It's like fucking $36,000 just to have like 3 tries. And then if it doesn't work, you don't get your money back.
Well, I'm going to just say that hopefully this will not go through and it will blow over and we'll be on some other great creative idea.
Well, he said, issuing a baby, reserving a percent of Fulbright scholarships for applicants who are parents and who are married, because remember, it was also about marriage too, and offering classes to women to help them identify the most fertile times in their menstrual cycle, which is exactly the same thing Hitler did with those centers of women. And then the prime example of this idea is bestowing a special needs mother 6 or more children. Came from Pennsylvania and appointed them. Okay, so that's the exact same thing right there.
Who are the Collinses? This suggestion came from Malcolm and Simone Collins, a Pennsylvania couple who've appointed themselves heads of the pro-natalist movement and were the belles of the ball. I don't know if that's true. This is obviously a publication that has a perspective. But are you looking up the...
Yeah, I want the exact quote.
We're going to have tremendous goodies in the
Here,
bag
I've
for
got
women,
it.
too.
I've got it. Maybe see. So, baby bonus to every American. Sounds like a good idea to me. Then it goes down here that this is what the press secretary said. Proudly implementing policies to uplift American families. And then the president wants America to be a country where all children can safely grow up and achieve the American dream. As a mother myself, right? I get that. But right here, he's saying that he's the king of IVF too. He said that. So on the campaign trail, he coined himself the king of IVF, and he joked. And then J.D. Vance talked about the $5,000 per child credit, right? So that's different. Vance told the crowd we need more babies in America, but I want more children in our country, and I want beautiful young men and women who are eager to welcome them into the world and eager to raise them. And it's the task of our government to make it easier for young moms and dads to afford to have kids. So that's kind of a left-wing thing, right? That's exactly what Kamala said. We need a culture that celebrates life at all stages. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, there they are the day after the Pope, 2 days after the Pope died that they just saw in India.
National Medal of Motherhood.
Oh, yeah, look at this. So, yeah, that's where this is. The pro-nationalists, they told ABC News that Chino residents submitted several draft executive orders to the White House domestic policy, including bestowing a National Medal of Motherhood to mothers with 6 or more children. They also proposed that couples should not face a tax penalty for getting married. And there it is.
And the White House Domestic Policy Council. Finkelbeiner, Rau, she's definitely German.
Yeah. Moms Rising, CEO Kristen Rau Finkelbeiner, whose organization says it advocates on behalf of more than 1 million mothers and families, said that the programs are sheer lunacy, coercive, counterproductive recipes for failure. The proposals who want to have families should support the policies that build the care infrastructure families and businesses need. When we become a family-friendly country, families will have more children. And that is a true statement. It's just when it starts becoming that the government is the one incentivizing it, medalizing it, doing it, then that's when you're having the government forcing that on people. And that's the only way that you can go to get help from the government.
How is it different from getting a cheeseburger for getting a shot?
For getting the shot.
You know, it's no.
No, it should be, it's kind of like before draft, how do they get people to join to the military, right? It's like, okay, you just put out commercials and you just put out things, but you don't, you get a medal and it's going to say, you're an American, you're a special American, you had a baby. Here's your $5,000 and then incentivizing if you have 6 kids. That's exactly what happened last time. So I would not. What sucks is like the core of that is correct, but it also is what America is that you can be the complete opposite of that, and that's okay, and that's fine. And where's the incentive for those people?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right? Because, like, sure, I'm in that category. I'm having a kid in fucking 2 months. Right? Another
Sophia
one.
might be getting a medal soon.
Oh, yeah.
JD Vance will show up and put it around her neck.
I mean, I remember when I was doing my taxes last year and for 23, and I was like, oh, to my fucking accountant, like, yeah, I had a kid, you know, like child tax credit. He's like, that's nothing. I'm like, what? He goes, that doesn't do shit. It's like $2,100. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, that's nothing. I'm like, that's nothing. When I go in there, I'm looking for tax breaks. You know, the way the tax policy works is, you know, I know how to do it. You have to buy big shit to get shit off. Like, you know, you have to go buy that huge equipment and to write it off and take out the loan and do the interest payments as high, whatever, and buy the extra warranty. And that's how the tax works. That's the only way you get tax money off. But this whole, like, it's like, I feel bad is to keep people in 9-to-5s think $2,100 is a lot. If you want to be a normal mom in America and have a stroller, the up a baby.
In their title, we had over 100 communication staff.
I didn't even touch that shit. But a up a baby stroller, you know, that shit's already $2,000 with everything. Just the stroller. So it's so stupid. I can't even, I'm just over it.
Yeah, after you have the baby, you get your $5,000, then you're going to be trapped for how many years paying more than that?
Even with
that's not even a
Gold
drop
PPO Blue Shield California, the best insurance you can get except platinum. But I already have to pay for 3 people. I have to pay for 4 soon, right? My insurance bill's over $2,000 a month, so it's not insurance. But having gold PPO, they only pay on births too. You're still fishing out with the best insurance a couple grand to the hospital, because it's like an $80,000 birth at a hospital. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, so you're actually not that you're going to help pay the insurance bill. That's part of it. That's not to mention all the insurance bills you have to pay as a woman, going to all your OB appointments, getting all your scans, your glucose test, your this, your that, all the x-rays, all the,
Well, I'm sure
I mean,
state
it's
will be
insane.
taking care of all of that. There will be special doctors.
Right? That's where it's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
You might as well just not even do anything, because like that's not going to do shit for people. You know?
Makes people feel good about whatever. I mean, the thing is too, then you've already, so now the state owns your kids. I mean, that's the idea.
Correct.
And so if they need them to fight wars or whatever, then you have to turn them over.
Yeah.
I mean, and gone are the days of, okay, maybe you actually decide you want to defend
Yeah, you
your
shouldn't
state
want
against something, right? There should be values that we can all believe in, not that you're being forced
Right.
or
Well, because
leveraged
like
into something.
in California, they have this, they totally try to fuck with you. And right when your baby's born, they try to prick the baby's foot and take the blood and say, this is for California to make sure that there's no, you know, problems with the baby and all that. And it's like, why? The baby's fine right now. It's like, well, this is for the records for testing in the future. Right? And you have to ask those questions that deep in order to get to that. So, of course, when you opt out, they freak out. Like, well, nobody opts out. I'm like, there's an op-ed I could sign right here. We signed that. And the fucking nurse had a fucking mental breakdown because we didn't give the blood of our child to California to do God knows what with it. So is there an opt-out would be the question, to be like, I don't want to be registered with the federal government about having a child to get a medal and some money as a mom. Because you're right. Then it becomes the child, oh, we can call in that family and they'll do whatever we want.
Yeah.
It's like the PPP loan. Oh, we're giving you money because of COVID. And then you see all these people now paying the taxes, now getting in trouble because they have the right. The government had a 10-year right to go into your bank account and audit you without you knowing and using AI. So I never took any of that shit. I'm like, no way. I read the fine print. My accountant's like, yeah, don't take that shit unless you really need it. I'm like, no, I'll figure it out. I'll work through this shit. Like I did. I'm like, I'm not going to fucking do it. It's insane. That's why all these people keep getting arrested every month for all these years. They bought a Lambo. They bought this. They bought something that wasn't business related. And the IRS just waits till the AI gets to that account and then goes, and that was before Elon Musk. You know what I mean? It just, audit, you're done. It's like, so it's the same thing. Like, perfect. You'll go to the draft and we gave you $5,000, but that $5,000 actually is tied to in the back of HR 1254 that passed Congress in the 189th Congress or whatever the fuck we're in. It says in the back that you get the medal, you get the $5,000, but if we ever need you as the mom to be a nurse because we're in war and the child's at 15 years old to go to war, that you agreed to that. What? I didn't see that in the fine print. Yeah, it's in HR, whatever. And it passed the House and it passed the Senate and it was signed by the president. So by Mike Johnson.
Because it was a creative idea. That's why. Anyway.
Oh, man.
Well, anyway, I'm still going to maintain my positivity in my bubble.
You know, that's crazy. The year 1939, the year the new Pope came in.
Yep, I love how she's watering poppies in the foreground.
I know. What's kind of crazy is those are the same poppies, and that where that house eventually would have been built, if that was real, even though it's a cartoon, that the Allies had to walk through to get into Germany in 45 after the years of D-Day that finally got them there. That's the crazy part. Like from June of 44 to the beginnings of 1945, all those American men and British and Australians and Canadian men that walked through France all the way into Germany, they had to walk the whole way to get to fucking Germany and beat the Russians to steal everything, and never went and took one person out of a Holocaust camp first. That's what blows my mind. So does America really care about it? Because that's the question. If the Catholic Church looked the other way, America did too.
Right.
Nobody talks about that we didn't liberate the Holocaust camps till we technically liberated Germany from the Nazi Party and Hitler. We couldn't have taken 10,000 of the 7 million draftees or whatever it was, 12 million draftees, and taken 10,000 of them to go be dropped off parachute at the camps, and there wasn't that many people at the camps and that were guarding it, and just go kill the guards and just. That's always been my question since I was a kid. Then when I got in the military, I asked that question. People just were like, yeah, I've never thought about that. I'm like, are you kidding me? So the church didn't care and America didn't care. That's what makes me scared. So, and then we had Japanese people here in California, 1 million Japanese people in a camp. So, and it looks like the Chinese are going to do that too and flip. The Chinese were invaded by Japan. Now it looks like China's getting ready to invade the islands, including Japan. You know, the Chinese people now in California in camp. So, it'd be wonderful. That was a joke, but.
Figured it was.
Yep. I think that my last thing to say would be the canary in the mine, you know it's dead when you see how crazy, hysterical, and like silly the over admiration for the new pope is from Candace Owens, Benny Johnson, all those people on the right wing. When all their posts are going to be, the new pope is here, and doves, and all, you're going to see their posts, and it's going to be like they're on ecstasy.
Let's see.
And
who the
that's
Pope
when you
is.
know the canary in the mine has died, and there's no more oxygen in here, and you need to get the fuck out of the mine.
But there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, just not in that mine. There's a lot of hills with your pan. And you don't need to pan for gold. You can go pan. Get out of there. Get on a horse and go the other direction. You know, don't go down that mine. So, all right. Well, thanks, Ann. Thanks, everyone. That was fun. And we'll see you on the next one. Adios. Much love. Stay positive and don't be afraid to call out shit when you see it. Bye.
Attention, please.
Yo. Okay.
Attention,